There we go. I was checking if I had everything running and I didn't. The music's loud. Okay, hang on. There we go. Start again then. Hello to Steps, Andy Magic Knight, Acmafin, Amok, Mr. G, ZZ. Really like the emoticon there. I'm gonna throw you a follow because I want to get that at some point. So you got a follow from me there, ZZ. That's awesome. I should be checking you out at some point. Prince Phase. I think that's it, isn't it? Tin Spin. Yeah, I think that's everybody. And Splod. Hey guys. Let's just get the wine open. So this is, I've got 3 bottles of this. Sauvignon Blanc Via Maria from New Zealand. Mr. Jacob, hey, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the host, by the way, Andy. Thank you for the redeem as well. It helped me check my headphones, so at least I know this is working. I'm going to keep my wine there. I'm going to put my glass over here so I don't spill on the Game Boy, on the game TV. And actually, I'll put it down here. It's in my way there. So yeah, I've got this set up because I want to have a go at this later on. So I don't know if you can see that I got the Game Boy player now for it at the bottom. So I can actually output from the Game Boy Advance or Game Boy Color games as well, which is nice. I tried the .cosmos ROM on it. It worked, so that's good. And I've got a whole box of carts here to have a look through. I don't know how many of them work or how many of them don't. It's probably about 80 or 90 cartridges there. So I'll have a go at some of them later on, I think, if I'm feeling up to it. Let me turn Flubits on. Just blow on them. Yeah, I've got my little anti-static brush rather than blowing them. It's not a good idea to blow on cartridges. It does ruin them. It's all right, but all the cartridges that you were blowing on when you were a child, probably all rusty now. It was a joke. Yeah, but it's something a lot of people do, and it does kind of work. But in the long run, it does put moisture in them. So, okay. So from what I remember, last time we got the intro working. With the exception of when it exits, it kind of goes all skewy. So let's have a quick look at it. Did that connect to Flubits? Yeah, I think it did. It says connected. Let me know if it's not, guys. Let me know if the volumes are all okay. They're not gold plated. I think some of them weren't they? But not all of them. And I think a lot of these actually are repro carts. I bought a job lot of cartridges, and they were probably about 75% of them were reproduction. Well, they were super cheap, so I don't care. That wine's quite nice. I like it. We'll see how it goes once it warms up as well. The bottles tend to not be quite as nice once they've warmed up. Let's have a look where we were. So I think the first step is going to be to fix the bugs in this. So when this exits, there's glitching. Yeah, so we're going to fix that glitching. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure why that's happening. So some of the frames seem to have junk over them. So well, we'll come to that in a minute. Let's sort the turn the tunes up. I like these. Let's sort out the intro. The glitching just looks like you spent a night trying to make. No, not quite. It's like super glitchy. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, what's going on with these sprites? I need to check the sprites, make sure that the... Looks like one of the frames has been overwritten. Just that one frame, because it's the same frame that's being shown here. Right, let's have a go at fixing that before we do the intro, because I don't like that. Okay, so let's open up Sprite Pad. Again. Okay, these look, so it would be this one here that's been overwritten. And this is someone opening the assets. Enemy sprite stopping. Okay, so let's figure out where that's loaded in. And if I remember right, it's in a stupid place. Yep. Intro sprites here. Absorb frames here. Where's the enemy sprites? Enemy sprites, here we go. C400. Oh, maybe we're clearing something we shouldn't be clearing at this point. My guess is that intro is doing something wrong. So that transition looks great. Yeah, that transition is not quite where it needs to be. I mean, the initial transition is kind of correct, but there's a little bit more that needs to go into it first. So there'll be a little bit more added into this. Basically, the screen color in yellow. Might get around to that tonight if I've got time. I do want to add the little text scroller down here, just because I can't remember who it was. It might have been Hayes actually. Said they were looking at doing a text scroller, so I don't know if he's already done it or not. But I'll go through a text scroller tonight. So if we've got time, hopefully we have. And then when I've done the text scroller, if I've still got time, I'll do the I'll add the transition in, and we can sort the glitching out in the transition at a later date. Right, first of all, need to figure out what's going on. So it seems like that routine there is actually breaking one of these sprites. So something's overriding that sprite there. Hey C64 Psy and Haste Pedua as well. Welcome to the stream, dudes. That's the other haste maker without the 64. Right, okay. Let's find the intro. So I think that's in animation, title card. Oh, that's right. So I'm just going to reduce the font size ever so slightly. There we go. Is that big enough, or let me know if it's too small. So the problem is when the transition goes out again. So transition direction is this one. So when that's negative, let's go the other way. So let's have a look. This is the setup. Oh, I didn't put any comments in as well, which is really bad. Don't need that anymore. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, let's get rid of that. That's old code. So this sets up the initial, and then this copies everything along for each IRQ line. This is check if we can animate top trim. So I think it's probably something to do. Oh no, that's the actual character animation at the top. Set the side sprites. It's not that. Draw top trim. Well, we can confirm that it's that by going into our start. So this is our transition out. So we'll just turn that off. Just make sure this works. Yeah, okay, so it's our transition out that's breaking it. That's fine. It's probably because it's right next to screen RAM, so if something overflows from screen RAM, it's gonna overwrite those sprites. So first thing that happens is initialize. So let's go and have a look at that, and maybe put some comments in here as well. So actually, none of this really needs comments. So here we go. So this is setting sprites up for the side. Actually, that's all right as well. And we should have a whole jump set of things that happen. Here we go. Top trim, check complete, side sprites. So we turn it back on. Yeah, okay. So let's just turn set sprites and side sprites off. It's just trying to work out where the problem is at the moment. Okay, so the complete doesn't fire because it needs to animate the side sprites. So this is not doing anything. This is just animating character set data. It's this one here, this draw top trim. Pretty sure if I just return from this, we probably fix that. No, we're not, because we don't finish. So okay. Okay, let's just always do a transition in. Oops, wrong one. Okay, cool. So it kind of works that way. So what's actually happening here? Top transition out goes from 47 to 0. Okay, so this is actually drawing the various pieces. So so what's this bit doing? This is drawing draw trim first. And then this is this draw. So that draws the empty space behind. So if I turn that off, let's see what happens. Text size is fine, good. Okay, it's looking for screen mod 2. Oh, hang on. Okay, let's turn the Squeamod 2 stuff off. Okay, ignore that it's doing that, it's just because it's not drawing the thing behind. Okay, so we do get a failure still when it goes backwards, so let's sort that out. Probably going to see a glitch. Oh no, I'm still not seeing a glitch. Okay, so it is the drawing of the previous row that's causing the problem. And this is because we always need to draw... actually, this is drawing... Is this drawing a row behind? I think this is drawing a row. Yeah, let's have a look. So, just going to draw... Oh no, this draws the entire thing, and then it draws spaces as well, so... But this draws a row of spaces, and then immediately above that it draws the trim. Draw space below trim, then trim. And then it comes into this routine. So actually, is this just... This could just be getting it wrong because... Think about this. So we've got... I need to count how many rows it does. What the hell is that? So it does draw 6 rows. 6 rows of 40 is 240. So if it draws a line of spaces below that, it is going to overflow. But should be fine. And then as it goes back up here, is it getting wrong though and gets to the end? Let me slow it right down. Let's see what happens in reverse. So it kind of is alright, and then it goes a bit crazy. So I think the check complete is wrong. So that's one thing to check, because it's fine up until that point. Which means this is probably right. So this is drawing the space behind trim. Red space behind trim. Space. What is this music? Enjoy the silence. Have I gone quiet? Oh no. Hey Jason the Fox, welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, so we need to call this to make sure that we don't draw behind when the value of this index here this index. Thanks for the follow, Jace. Much appreciated. So the problem is when we're going backwards, we need to make sure that this value here is not his index. Oh, there you go. Parenthesis equal exit. Okay, so it should actually be this. Thank you for the gift, Sogdamark, and welcome to the sub, Stoker, and welcome to the stream. You're quiet, hiding, but now we know you're there. So don't draw red space behind trim on last line. Hey Proud, welcome to the stream, dude. thanks for streaming C64. So I'm not the only one as well. So there is a Hazemaker who's just showing up there, who's had about 1,000 shout-outs tonight, but I'm going to shout him out again anyway. He also streams C64 stuff. He's been coding his own game, which is very close to completion. And there's Chiswicked as well. If someone can shout him out. Who I'm not sure if he's around at the moment, but he also streams C64 stuff. He's not making a game at the moment, but I'm sure if we all badger him enough, we can get him to do it eventually. I'll do it. Ah, there you go. Andy's done it. Thank you. So actually, I think this is kind of working up until the point where the transition should end. So I just want to see what's happening. Okay, so this animates him properly. Ignore the fact that this is wrong at the top. That's just because we turned that off. The bounce is working. Cool. And then in reverse, so there was a glitch at the bottom, but it is moving. Yeah, it does seem to have. It does seem to have. It does seem to have something weird going on in it. Okay, let's bump the speed up. Let's check out what's going on in the onComplete function. Or maybe it's just the tween. If we take, let's just take the tween out of the equation. You just do a linear shift in here. So, if we're going backwards, instead of loading this value, I'm just going to transfer X to the accumulator instead. Oh no, that won't work because it needs to go backwards. Okay, so ease in quart. Okay, let me have a look what easings I've got. Did I put them in here? Where the hell did I put them? Put them in macros maybe. Ease in quart, okay. I did share this as well. I deleted it from my recycle bin. God damn it. Where did I put it? I put it in Discord. Let me check in Discord. Or if someone can link me to the easing file that I... Oh, actually, it's on my GitHub, isn't it? Alright. Check my GitHub. Where did I put it? These are 8-bit, not 16-bit. Yes, I know. That's deliberate. It's because they do get overwritten. That's fine. They work fine. If you use a 16-bit value for an immediate mode, it will just use the. I think it uses the lower 8 bits from it. Did I put it in Let's Dissect? Where on earth did I put it? Oh, do you know what? I'll just make my own. Okay, so I need to, given a start and a finish point, I need to return a byte, which is C times I over D. I is percentage. Okay, C times T. It's just that simple. I just want to see if it's the transition. I have a funny feeling the transition was doing something a bit weird. No, see, it's going too far, so... but it does look... I'll leave the linear in there for now. That's kind of alright. So I do want to restore Color Mod 2 stuff. And then I want to look in the check is complete, so... okay, yeah, we're not doing any checks in here based on direction. We're just taking top index and side index. So look in here, so top index, yeah. Top transition out and top transition in. See, these transitions are different lengths. So where we do the comparison, that's all it is. It's this here. So this comparison I need to change based on whether or not it's going backwards or forwards. So that's pretty easy to do. So I'm just going to copy this piece here. Don't need that. This is actually in, and out will do pretty much the same thing, but with the values changed also slightly. So I could do this as one piece of code and change the values, but I'm being really lazy. And so instead I'm just going to change these ins to outs in here. I could save loads of bytes by not doing it this way, but whatever. Okay, cool. So one thing I noticed was that the screen doesn't clear. So we get this jittering around, so ignore that. But what I'm interested in is the speed of the slow it down to half, the smoothness of this going backwards. So it does go backwards fine, but only after the first iteration. So the very first value that it gets is kind of screws it up. So first thing I'm going to do is call a clear screen in our transition. See, I might move these functions into the title card stuff, because these are kind of transitions in and transitions out. So yes, I'm going to do that now. So these at the top. Because then we can reuse these elsewhere. They're not going to change. It's still the same functionality. Makes no sense for us to keep repeating this everywhere. Type screen initialize, yes. Type screen update, and then there will be clear screen here, which is just going to clear that little clear intro screen. So it's not going to clear the top section. It's just going to clear the bottom section. So how big can Y get in transition update? I'll take a look in a second. I think we've limited it to 6 lines. So it can go up to 47. We could make it more, but there isn't really a need to do that at the moment. If it turns out we need more, then we can change it. It's just dealing in single values. Project view smaller is too big. What do you mean? Can you make your project view smaller? You mean this bit? Oh, you mean this bit? So it's our transition out. And in title screen, which I'm hoping is, I don't know where that is. Title screen, where did I put that? Pardon me. Intro, there we go. We'll have a clean, or we'll call it destroy. And this is just going to be a very, very simple fill of 0 across the screen from the 7th line down. So this is going to be 04 F0, X. No, it's going to be. Actually, let's do it properly. So it'll be screen RAM plus 06 times 28. So we need to clear 19 lines. So let's do that by clearing Oh, you don't like the fact that that doesn't zoom in? That would just be annoying. Visual Studio Code does that, and it does get kind of irritating that it's so big on one side, so... Right, I think it's wine time. Fight, fight, fight. This wine is very nice. Quite pleased with this one. I got a special offer from Morrison's, buy 2 and get a 3rd bottle free. I can't argue with that, can I? I forgot what I'm doing now. Oh yeah, so I need to clear 760 bytes on this screen. Which if I divide that by 4, I get 350, 380, 190. So I'm gonna actually mix decimal in here. Actually, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's just let's not get crazy. So this would be CE. Actually, I am going to mix it in just because it's going to make this hard to understand otherwise. So I do apologise for using decimal in here. Haze. Well, if you can find me a plugin that makes the folders bigger, I'll gladly install it, but I'm not going to go looking for one myself. So destroy, so I should just be able to call title screen dot destroy transition out. So there we go, that's our entire title screen. Intro, transition in, and intro, transition out. Still got a bit of a glitch down here, I'm not sure what that's about. And it does glitch a little bit on the way out, and there's a kind of funny glitch when it's complete before this screen shows. I'm not sure what that's about, but what I can do, I can blank the screen out until it's ready to actually work. Or maybe it's because of this IRQ triggers here. Let's have a look in slow mo, see what's happening. Ooh, his decimal, yeah. Okay, so that kind of looks okay. I'm pleased with that on the way out. Right, okay, there is like one frame of glitchiness, and I think that's just to do with where this is actually being triggered. So the first IRQ is not actually, it's not having its row set here, so we need to do that. Okay, so let's open up a second window over here. I don't like using just one form. Let's find our IRQs. I mean, seriously, it wouldn't help you very much if you did have all these available, because they're in such a stupid order anyway. There we go. So I think we need to do that in here. Let's get rid of that glitch. Just because we weren't setting up the line anymore, so it looks fine. No, there is still like a screen of crap. So I'm going to try setting an invalid graphics mode just to black the screen out at that point. Although that's kind of not the point. The point is when the sprite transition happens, it should already be drawn at that point. So really what should be happening is we should be seeing the map drawn immediately, and then the yellow disappear from it. So actually that's an area that we're going to have to focus on to finish the transition, so I'm not going to worry about that for now. What I am going to try and do is look at these other glitches. So there was 2 other slight glitches in this. So the first one is as soon as it loads up, there's a bit of glitching going down here, which I think is timing. I'm going to leave that till last, because I think that can probably be done as part of the other main transition. It's this bit now. The very beginning of this, there's a flash at the top. I need to get rid of that. So what's happening? So the transition out. Let me just do a jump start here and see what happens. Do we still get the flash, or is the flash part of the transition out? I think it could just be the initialize. In fact, it is the initialize, so just going to confirm that. Won't see any flash here, we'll just see it pause. Yeah, no flash. Okay, so what's happening is on the transition out, the title card animation up here, the initial values that are set for the sprite positions, the side and top index. Actually, these are correct, but what's not correct is the values that get put into... Actually, the values don't get put... Oh yeah, they do here. So actually, what actually needs to happen here is we need to call straight away... where is it? These 2 things. So instead of doing this, which is these are the X values, we need to do this instead. Should do this at the bottom. So as you can probably tell, it's Rob Hubbard night tonight. Okay, that's kind of good. That'll do, I think, for now. Okay, so what I want to do next, put the full speed back on. I want to do the text scroll at the bottom of the intro. So at the moment, the intro just says press fire. That's not what's going to be there. We're going to have all sorts of stuff going on up here. And one of the things we're going to have is a text scroller down at the bottom here. I want this text scroller to be double height, double width font. So it's going to be using the 2x2 font that Steps made. So we'll work on that right now. I said I would bring this up tonight, so I will. I was speaking to Steps, and well, actually, it was just Steps, and Steps was talking about the music for this game and the sound effects. And one of the ideas that he's come up with, and I think I don't know if he's spoken to both Prince Faze and Richmond Mike about this, is that for those three guys to do pieces of music each. So we won't just have one piece of music, but we'll have maybe 4 or 5 subtunes. Now, I want to have one piece of music that uses all 3 channels. That's going to be the title music. I can't remember if the music that Richmond Mike provided was 2 or 3 channels. I'm sure Mike can confirm that. But if it is 3 channels, we'll use it on the main title screen. I think it's a really good title screen tune anyway. I think it's very, very, very good. And then what we'll do is in-game, we'll have however many extra sub-tunes we manage. We'll have several extra tunes, 2 channels apiece, round about 1 minute long and looping. So they don't fade out, they will just loop the same 1 minute of music. And then that will be, so there'll be tune 1 for level 1, tune 2 for level 2, tune 3 for level 3, then it'll repeat, or however many it was. So if there's 4 tunes, it'll play each tune once and then it'll repeat. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it needs to be quite a collaborative effort in order to do this. So obviously we are using quite a lot of memory already for this game. I've got some tips and tricks that I'm going to use to kind of to make use of kind of some of the space we've got. We have got quite a bit of space up here, but I do want to put some more behaviors in here. There is map data, which I've talked about compressing. We'll find a way to compress that at some point. Kick Assembly actually does have some nice plugins for compression, so we'll maybe use those. It's been a while since I used those, so I'll have to refresh my own memory on those. Maybe I'll do a Thursday stream on it actually. And then we've got this area here where the sprites are generated on the fly. So this is 8K of memory, where when the game starts, it generates sprites for the enemies being absorbed, so we don't have to actually have extra enemies extra enemy frames in memory. We can just pull them from this area. But what that does mean is I can use this area for other stuff that's not inside the game. So I can use this for intro stuff, as long as I don't mind it being wiped. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do with this area is I'm going to use this for a splash screen. So as I said in the previous stream, I've got an Evolute Games logo that I did years ago for some kind of mobile stuff. I'm going to use that. I've got an idea of how I want it to animate. And I think I probably need to do this in bitmap with sprites and stuff. So I'm going to use this area of memory here to do that, because once the game's loaded, it can be wiped. You're only ever going to see that splash screen once when the game first loads. Then after that, it's just going to be a normal game intro cycle. So that's what I'm going to do there. But the music, you can see here at the moment, is taking up about 2 kilobytes for that one tune. If we push that up to 4 kilobytes, that would push this stuff here up to round about 4K free or so, which is still enough to do behaviors and a few other things that we need to do. There's also optimization. There may be some unrolled loops that I can kind of squash down again. Less beer and more ASM. You remind me of less beer and more ASM. What's that? Is that more wine? More wine and more ASM. That's what you need. Speaking of more wine. Oh, assembler. So anyway, what the idea is the I want Richmond Mike, Steps, and Prince Faze, if they're willing, to share a Goat Tracker file and put as many tunes as they can into it. Try and share the instruments between them. I'm pretty sure Mike can create a nice set of instruments that don't take up too much memory. The tunes only have to be about a minute long and repeat after a minute, so they don't have to be too detailed, with maybe the exception of the title screen. And if we can get that to fit into 4K, that would be great. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a little bit more, but as long as it's not too much more. The main thing is that we create some nice variation, and we want to try and make them still feel the same sort of thing. You know, like they've come from the same game, which is, I think, going to be the hardest challenge that you guys have got, actually, is collaborating together. 3 musicians creating something that sound like they belong together somehow is going to be tricky. So good luck with that one. And then also we'll go through the sound effects as well. So I'm of the opinion that we should create as many sound effects as possible for various things, and then trim them down if we find that they're too overwhelming. So for instance, if we look at the game as it stands now, so I would expect there to be credits on the title screen. So I would expect there to be a credit input noise. So like if you check, Rainbow Islands has got one. When you push up on the joystick, I think it's got like a little coin insert noise. So that's one. Then in the game itself, picking up the crown should be a noise. Picking up a power-up should be a noise. Whether or not it should be a different sound for each power-up or not, I don't know. Probably not. That might be overkill. I think there should be a noise when an enemy starts spawning from a pipe. When it starts, like a very faint noise, a very subtle noise, and then another noise when it actually pops out of the pipe. We could try a noise for throwing, although I think that's one that may get dropped because it may be too much. Definitely a noise for stunning an enemy. Actually, that looks bugged. I need to check that sprite. It looks bugged. A noise for absorbing the enemy. Possibly a noise for the fat thing as well. A noise for the switch being slightly pressed like that. What else? Oh, when the player gets fat, I reckon there should be an additional noise. Like that should be a noise. Every time he lands, there should be a little thud noise. And then a noise with the thing fully depressed, a noise for the door coming out, and then maybe a noise for going through the door. And I mean, that's quite a lot, but I think if we just try and keep as many sounds as we can in the game and just trim them down if they start affecting each other, we can always, if we as Steps pointed out, if we want to, we can have music as an option on or off. If you turn music off, we can cycle through the channels for the sounds. So the first time a sound plays, it'll be on channel 1, then the next sound will be on channel 2, and then that way the sound should not override too much. Yes, the sound should be short, with the exception of one sound, which is the door coming out of the ground. I think that should be a long sound, mainly because there's no other noise really that needs to interrupt that, with the exception of the man bouncing on the ground. So yeah, the font's changed, so this screen is going to change. This screen is going to be it's going to be in this style, as I've demonstrated in here somewhere. Let me find it. Oops. Yeah, it's gonna look like that instead. Just to kind of, it's a way of timing. It's a way of kind of pulling the theme of the game all together. it's another reason we need to go through and adjust the graphics as well, because while I like the graphics that we've got, I think they need kind of tweaking to make them fit the theme a little bit more. I think the colours are wrong. So I'm gonna have a go at doing a primary set of those. Actually, I think we probably need to go simpler with the graphics. So as much as I like the trees in the background, we might have to get rid of those. Another thing I was thinking as well is when you enter the level for the first time, it would be really good if these pipes were retracted and they grew into their positions. Wouldn't be too difficult to do. But again, it's one for the polish round when we get to it. I mean, we're getting quite close to this being playable now. It'd be good to get some new behaviors and new enemies in. So I think maybe enemy sprite work is going to be the next one. Right, I'm just going to check this sprite because it looks like that sprite's missing a piece. It does look like it is missing a piece, actually. Oh no, it's not. There we go. So which sprite is it? It's this one. And it's not missing, but it is on there. So that means there is something overriding that byte. So we'll check that in a minute. Right, I'm going to go for a quick smoke. When I come back, we'll work on that text scroll. I think that's going to be the first thing we do. And then when it's on the text scroll, we'll have a look at the bug on that sprite. And then I don't know after that. I'll have a think. All right, I'll be back in 4 or 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. Well, I'm back. Let's catch up on the chat. Yeah, the Rastabars was on a stream. You can see the video on YouTube, and the code's on GitHub, as Andy said, and YouTube has the. Hopefully, it's got my YouTube link in here. I think it has. Yeah, I think it's like episode 26. I think of the Dice Decks. It's in there somewhere. You fixed the high score board deleting. It only took 8 hours. You are a good mod, Andy. I'll say it. Gotta give you your little treats every now and again by saying you're good. I don't know what you mean by T-Con. But welcome to the stream anyway. Well, I mean, that's just going to get you banned, isn't it? So... I'd stop that because you're likely to get... Do you know what? I'll do it myself. Timed out the wrong one. There you go. I think you accidentally timed out steps then. How long did it take me to learn assembly? I don't know. It didn't take me that long actually. I was quite young when I learnt it. I was in my teens, so I'd say a couple of months of reading and experimentation. And to be honest with you, I'd forgotten more than I could remember when I came back. So I'd been back on the Commodore for about 3 years now, and I'd forgotten most of it anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure how can we restore steps somehow, because I don't think he was supposed to be timed out there, and it's deleted all his messages as well. Ah, there we go. Say something, Steps. Say something. But anyway, let's get back to this. So, the thought of not being able to gamble for 10 minutes. Right, okay. So we're gonna do a text scroller. So first thing I want to do is find some room to put the text and stuff in. So I want to use 0400 to 0800 as a kind of buffer for the stuff up here. So I don't want to use that area. So maybe it does need to be down here, and we need to just make sure that our behaviors don't grow too much. There's a lot of room probably in all of this for a re-rolling code. So normally we would unroll code to do certain things, but we can probably re-roll a lot of it. So let's just have a quick look, actually, see if we can see anything quick win-wise. So I'm going to start with the map loader, because I think this is probably a good candidate. Oh, actually, no, there is no unrolled loops in here. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do find in files. I'm going to look for 4.4. Let's have a look. What the hell? Samantha Fox strip poker. I didn't know this was a tune on it. Okay, so there's some table creation here, but this is fine. We kind of want that. There is this bit here. It's only 7 though, so that's not too bad. And this is to do with... Oh, actually, there's not that many unrolled. Sprite flip tables, dissolves, and this is to do with the stream. Okay, so there's maybe not that many things to unroll. Okay, so we just need to be... We need to be a bit efficient, so... Yeah, it probably would actually be quite good. All right, let's load it again, and let's just have a look at the memory map. Okay, so we do have a bit of space here, actually. So I'm going to put the text in this location here. That's going to give us D, E, F. It's going to give us 760 characters, which I think should be plenty. I mean, that's quite a lot. And then the scroller itself will be quite small. Okay, so... Okay, so that piece of code is this bit here. So if I put an import here, and I'm just going to call this actually, where are we actually loading? We'll load it from the intro. So we'll load intro. Intro text.asm. So what I want to do here is I just want to make sure that this does not exceed 1000. Actually, we'll get a warning if it does. So if I did So I don't need this. I think we'll get a warning because I try importing music. So if I try filling this with 1024 bytes, we should get a warning when we build. Yeah, there we go. So we're getting an error that it's overlapping the music. So we know if the text is too long. I'm going to end the text with a 0, so it's going to be 0 terminated, and I'm going to use code in screen code upper. And for now, oh god, you know, I'm gonna really cheap out. I'm just gonna put lorem ipsum in there. Okay. Let's see how long that is. I think it's probably too long, but oh no, it's fine. Okay, cool. So for now, we'll just use lorem ipsum text in here. I'm going to put right. Hey, Roasterini. Yeah, I don't understand people like that. I mean, what did he achieve by that at all? It's just, it's ridiculous, is what it is. Right, I'm going to split this over a couple of lines. I don't like it spreading onto multiple lines. It's I don't like it spreading off screen, so it's I do need to make it lowercase though as well, so I'm hoping there's a block for that. I think there is actually. Pretty sure there is. If anyone knows what the shortcut is for lowercase text, that'd be really useful. You can see that's quite a lot of text we can fit in. Selection, edit, text. Convert code, there we go, lowercase. Boom. Right, okay, so intro. So we have got a file specifically for the intro, so I'm going to move all the intro text over here. I'm going to put our 0-page file over here as well, because it's always handy to have available. Close everything we don't need. I'm going to keep title card and title screen open, because we might need those. I'm going to load... Oh, it's title screen, there we go. So at the moment, what's it doing? It is literally just writing press fire in the middle of the screen, and then on an update, checking the joysticks. So at the end of here, I'm going to jump to check. Says I'm going to jump to it, but if we're looking for extra bytes later on, we may just remove this jump because it is just going to jump to the very next line. So it's not actually doing anything. But I'm just going to put it in just for the sake of making nice kind of functions. So the reason we jump to this routine is because we need to set the carry flag based on... Oh, what is this tune? I was humming this the other day. Monty on the Run. Damn it. I was humming it and I couldn't remember what the hell it was. 2 bans in 2 weeks, yeah. Well, oh yeah, we banned some on the other day as well, didn't we? People are idiots. I don't get it at all. Okay, so to initialize the title screen, we just need to set... actually, we don't need any of this color ramp stuff anymore, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the update in here. Now we do need an index, and this is going to be our scroller index. This is going to be 2 bytes. Because this needs to point at where the next letter is being read from. But actually, we can put this in 0 page. So if we do... like that, then we can very, very easily grab that value. So we don't need this. However, we do need scroller fine index. So this value is going to go from 0 to 0f. And this is going to be our fine scroll. Now, even though we can only do 7 characters of 7 pixels of fine scroll, our characters are too wide. So we need to actually, to move an entire character onto the screen, we need to have this fine index go up to 0f as well. So to initialize, we don't need any of that code. What we need to do is we need to set these values. So I need to remind myself. Let me bring up my memory map. I need to remind myself whether it's 7 or 0. Fully scroll to the left. I can never remember. So D01653270. So and we'll put. So the default value is C8. So that's 200. Okay, so that's 200. And then, oh, God damn it, I can't use cursor keys. Okay, so the default value, it needs to count backwards, so we need to start at F and count down instead. So we're going to start with 0F, store that in our scroller, find index, and we need to load the lower byte of oh, what was that? There was a plugin. I sent a plugin to someone the other day. Let's add that in now. Was it this one? Yeah, all auto complete. Alright, let me add this in. So tools. Install. Hey, there we go. That's much better. This is our music. What do you mean? Thank you, Jet Set Rocky. I figured it out in the end, but yeah. Right. We also need to set the columns to 38, so I need to set the default up here. So we're going to load D016. Oh, actually, I think we've got a split in the IRQ, so I think we need to do this in the IRQ anyway. So Yes, there is a split in the hierarchy. Okay, so we'll grab this value from here and put it into the hierarchy in a minute. So first of all, I just want to get it moving across the screen. So we won't actually put that in, we'll just make sure that it's moving across. Okay, so intro text is imported. Title screen is imported down here somewhere. There it is. Okay, so on an update, what we need to do is we first of all we need to scroll this value. So I'm going to load it into the X register. The reason I'm going to load it into the X register is because it's just easier to decrement and increment things. I don't have to set any flags or anything. Actually, before I store it, right, okay, so there's two shifts that need to happen. So the first shift is when the value has reached 0.7. And then the second value is when it's reached FF. In both cases, the shift scroller is going to shift everything across the screen, and it's going to read the next bit of the character that it needs to read. So there you go. The jump is actually doing something now. But in fact, I'm going to move it down because I'm going to try and save some space later on. So. And then at this point, we need to set that back to 0F, and that gets stored in scroller fine. Okay, we're not going to actually update the screen scroll register at the moment. We're just going to actually we're just going to do the shift at the bottom of the screen. So this is the bottom two lines we need to shift over by one character. So easiest way to do this is start at 0. And then load screen RAM plus second to last line, so 23. Is it 23? Yeah, 23. Second to last row, plus 1. Store that at comma X. So we'll do the same with the next row. Increase X, compare X to 27, because we don't need to scroll all 40 characters, we just need to do 39. In fact, we can probably get away with 38 here, but just going to do this for now. So that's going to shift everything along, and now what we need to do is we need to grab the next character and put it into position. So the character we grab is going to be based on, well, actually the character we grab is always going to be whatever this is pointing to here. So if we just for now, I'm just going to grab whatever it is, and I'm just going to put that value in. So we won't see the 2x2 font straight away, but so it's going to grab that value from memory. Now, we could just increment this Y value, but because this is going to go over, we may as well increment this if we need to. But for now, I'm just going to store this into these locations. So and obviously this will this value will be used to look up. So but for now, I'm just going to do it like this. So but before we do that, what we also need to do, we need to store this. I'm going to store it in title card temp, because we need to get it back at this point here as well. That doesn't do comment X. We do need to restore it because we're checking it on here, so we need to make sure that that's restored before we exit. So at the moment, this is just going to fill the screen up with one character, I think, along the bottom. So let's just have a look, make sure that's working. Screen file, index, okay. So this is just going to fill the bottom of the screen up with one character, I think. Which it did very, very quickly indeed. Why is it only showing... Oh, do I need to go back another line as well? Because I think we're in 24 row mode as well, so... Also, it happened very quickly. I'm not sure why it happened so quickly. Okay, cool. Need to make the sprites go behind in this section down here. Sorry, sprites in front. I'll worry about that in a minute. For now, I want to work out why that happened so quickly, because it shouldn't be happening that quickly. We're getting all the sound effects now from Las Vegas video poker. Time for more wine. So after this stream, we're going to give the my new GameCube a try. I got the Game Boy player as well today. I did quickly try it out on the Dot Cosmos game that we're building. It works fine. And as I said, I've got this box full of games. There must be, well, I mean, you can see there, it's kind of jammed with Game Boy Advance games, so we'll give a couple of those a go, I think. I tried Ikaruga out on this, and the game loads, but it seems to have a problem with starting. As soon as you try and start the game, it fails. Where did I get the bundle from? What the... thank you for the follow, Touch the Moon. The game bundle. The games I got just from like scouring through eBay. I found a couple of sellers that were selling bundles of games pretty cheap. I know why they were cheap, because most of them are repros. I've probably got about 25% of them that aren't. This was from the Game Boy. The GameCube was from a particular seller who buys the Japanese Game Boys and retrobrites them and puts a mod chip in them and supplies the SD2 card on the bottom, which I can show you now quickly. So this tiny little board fits in the bottom serial port. And then you can load games from the SD card and homebrew as well. And one of the pieces of homebrew is the Game Boy interface, which is a much better version of the Game Boy Player software. Also, you got oh, it's actually still sealed. Just managed to seal it somehow. So I got my Turrican 2 disc and manual as well. I've also ordered Turrican 1 and Rainbow Islands as well, which I got a box set with Chase HQ, Rainbow Islands, and Turrican 1 in it as well on disc. So I've ordered that. And I've also ordered Nobby the Aardvark as well, which is a Thalamus game, which I've never really played, but it was looked half decent, so I thought I'd give it a try. Yeah, it takes all my money as well. It's a nightmare. All right, why is this scrolling across too fast? So. Oh, because it's happening every frame. And that means that, let's see, 50 frames a second, which means this is going to scroll 6 times a second, which means it should still take 5 seconds to go across the screen, but it doesn't seem to take that long. No, it definitely doesn't take 5 seconds. Okay, let's figure out why. I'm going to put a jump to finish in it. I don't think it's this, but I'm going to put it in anyway. I think maybe we should change this to title screen temp, because I'm trying to reuse a value which is probably used for something else. So let's change it to title screen temp and fix our issues. Hey Andira, welcome back to the stream, dude. Why is that not working? Oh, because I've already got it open here. No. 44 title screen. Well, because it's now finished, but I think actually I don't think we need that. I think it was just the other thing, so. No, it's still moving way too quickly across the screen. Okay, is that weird, what's it called, title ZP counter, is that actually updating? Let me just store this in the border color so I can see what's going on. Oops. Just want to make sure this ZP, I think it is working, but I know it was updated in one of the hierarchies, so. Okay, yeah, it's updated there. Oh, no, it's actually updating in lots of places. Maybe the update's happening way too often. Okay, so what's calling title screen update? Let's have a look. Start. Title screen update. Jump to between title screen update. Oh yeah, it's updated every single frame. So we are correct, but what we need to do here is we need to do just do that. Hopefully it should slow it down. I'm just worried that might not actually run at that. Yeah, it's not going to run at that point because the code is stuck elsewhere. So I'm actually going to drop it back a couple of lines. There we go, and the text is moving across the screen now perfectly. It does seem to do doubles sometimes. But that could just be because this routine sometimes might run more than once. So if I just stuck a load of NOPs in, I'm going to get rid of these. But if I just put a load of NOPs in there, it should prevent that from happening. Just want to make sure. So I just want to make sure it's a steady pace all up. No, sometimes it's doing double. Okay, it's doing the same number of lines. Let's count how many it's doing. No, it's not. It seems to be random. Okay. Maybe that's not the best way to do this this update here at all. Try to think how best to do this. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to load D011. If it's negative, no, if it's positive, I'm going to go back to this thing. So it's just going to keep running this until we're out of that area. No, that's not going to work either, is it? No, all right. We'll keep the original one for now and then figure out why. This update should probably be called from the title card, I think. Think about this. Because we've got this routine here, which is calling a few things here. We could maybe have something in here which knows, because there's going to be this title card I want to be reusable, so I don't really want to put anything directly related to the intro in here. But it might be worth having something that gets called from in here that you can set up in here. Let's just continue with the rest of it and see what we're doing. God, I'm missing loads of stuff. Code tools. Yep. Okay. Nice C assembly. Yep, it is indeed. I wish I could program an assembly for my job. I really do, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to go down very well at work if I just say, right, I'm giving up on using assembly. I'm going to try changing the line around. Actually, that looks a little bit better, although it is quite slow. I feel like it's missing every other frame or something. So imagine this text scrolling across the screen, that's quite slow, right? See, I don't like this. I really don't like this at all. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to, in the title card, I am just going to call title screen update. I think what might be better at some point is if we have another routine that you can poke the two values into. In fact, if I do this, oh, actually, date. Yeah, I know. Right, I'm going to be a bit sneaky here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a macro. I'm going to call it title. Sorry, set title update. And we're going to pass the vector into it. And then what this is going to do, this is going to oops. Position IRQ2.update +1. Okay, so the reason I'm doing this is because what I'm going to do is I'm going to use self-mod code so I can change what updates in here. And then I can just call this on a macro. So in here I can say, okay, and this would actually be after the check complete. And it would be like that. There we go. Right, so this will only happen if it's complete now. So set title screen. So before you start the introduction, you do this basically. Thank you for the follow, Ataris, and welcome to the stream, Ataris. So now, whenever this title card happens, it should run the update. This title's been updated, not after the file. Okay. That's because this macro should not be in here, but it should be outside of the namespace. So nope, no. Did do something, but I think the problem is now is that that's too slow. The timing is quite fine in here, so okay, I've got another idea. So instead of doing it this way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an update ready flag in here. And then in here, I can just set that to 1. So I don't need any of this. And then here, I can go... Oh, actually, it was doing 2, so that was kind of bad. What I can do is load title card, is it? Yeah. Update ready. Cool. Okay. So this is just making sure I set a flag so that when it's ready, it can do the update. Are we on 60 viewers? Cool. Hi. That looks a lot better, and it's actually moving at a decent speed now, so cool. People have come for the Rob music, yeah. We want some Rob music. That isn't a tune though. That's not a SID tune I can. You'll get emails from Jazzcat. Yes, now and again. I think they've given up because I just say no all the time. So, I don't know how to do that, Docs to me. I don't think there's anything I can. I don't think there's anything I can. We want some Rob music. This is all Rob music. So I'm going to reject that. I'm going to return your coins because these are all Rob Hubbard tunes anyway. Yeah, I don't have the music on too loud. Hopefully it's loud enough that you can hear it, but okay, cool. So with that in mind, let's try incrementing the value as we move across. So here, if the value in X, so actually we do need to load this X a bit earlier. If it's positive, we can just jump straight ahead. If it's not positive, that means we've actually moved on to the next character. So what I need to do is I need to implement this value. Okay, so easy enough. So clear the carry bit, accumulate it with the value on the first index, add 1 to it, store that here, load the next one, add 0 to it. There we go. Then I'm going to load the value from this location. If this value is 0, which it could be, if we've reached the end, it will be 0. Actually, if it's 0, I'm not going to worry. I'm going to run this now just to see if the value changes. So we should get pairs of characters that look the same, which we do. The first one is wrong. That's probably because in the initialize we need to set that first character, but you can see everything else is coming along in pairs, which is good. Okay, so let's in that case, we should probably start the value on 0. So if I just started on 0, then the first thing it will do is pull in the next character. And there we go, we're getting them in pairs. Cool. Okay, next job is to actually turn that into proper characters instead of the junk that we're seeing on the screen. So if we have a look at the font, which actually is in the game now, I think, so... That's not that one. Oh, it's on my desktop, but I haven't actually saved it into that folder yet, so I need to move it into that folder at some point. Okay, so the characters start at 64, so I need to make some notes of this. So characters start at 64, and then the second part of them at 108. So this is adding 44, so there's 44 characters in total. So first of all, I want to go and have a look what's at this location. And just see what the values start at. So so that is at 0D08. Okay, so fair. Which seems to be writing them in ASCII by the looks of things. Yeah, this is all ASCII characters, so the screen code is not working. Or do I need to make this uppercase? Maybe I need to make it uppercase. Let's try that. So edit, uppercase, uppercase. Oh, God's sake, okay. Okay, so it is, you can see it's writing the right characters. It's missed the first value off, so again, the easy way to do this is to take, when we initialize, to take the first space -1, because the very first thing it's going to do is increment to the next space along. So cool, there we go. Right, if I go and check that in memory, those values should be in the bottom half. There should be 0, blah blah blah, not ASCII values, which is what I was getting before. Yep, so these are the lower values. Right, so what I need to do now, in order to draw these characters properly, title screen, so okay. So if the value is 7 of the scroll, so this value here, actually no, if the value is negative, so yeah, so we need to like that. Second half, first half. And actually we don't need to do any of that. What we can do, okay, so first of all we need to add 64 to this. That gives us the first top corner. If the value is FF, that means we are indeed showing the first character, so that's correct. Otherwise, we need to add 44 to it, which is 2C. Then we store that value and then add 88 here, which is 5, 8, I think. Yeah. Because what I'm doing here is I'm working out, oh, it's missing something. Is it the bottom character is wrong or something? Also, the space character is not there as well, so we need to figure that out. Thank you for the follow, Coda Guy. Oh, and I missed Catatonia 67 as well. Thank you for the follow. So let's just have a look in here. Okay, so Let's just enable tiles for a second. And thank you PNX Merlin for the follow. Appreciate it, dude. Okay. No, don't transfer anything. Okay, so these are our tiles. So if I bring up the tile editor, which of course is all the way down here like it always is. It's a very strange bug that. I'm not sure why it does that, but it does every time. Okay, so that's what I've said to add. Then if I add 88 to that, I get 140, 152, which is that one here. So that's what it should be drawing, and it looks correct. So let's do it to A. Okay. That looks like it should be fine. Don't know why that's not working. Might have to examine this font in a little bit more detail, because that looks like it should be drawing correctly. And then if you add 44 to that, you get 109, which is that one. And then if you add 88 to that, you get 197, which is that one. That looks correct. Okay. This is my maths right here. So we take the value, we add 40 to it. So let's just put that into the debugger, slow it right down. In fact, let's just pause it. There we go. So you can see it looks like it's getting some of it right, and then it fails on one corner of it. Which is if this value here... Ah, I know why. Yes, because if that is the case, it's going to change the carry flag. So actually the carry would be clear at this point. It wouldn't be clear at this point more, so that should fix it actually. Okay, so the problem we've got now is that spaces aren't being picked up. Which might just be some adjustment of the font slightly. So we've got 44 characters. So what do we need? We need, I don't know who did this font. Steps did this font. And we definitely need these to be compressed in this way because we use some of the upper areas of this. So I'm just trying to work out what we need. So if we have the letters, that's 26, and we add the numbers into that as well, that's 36. We need a space, 37. Or do we need a space? Maybe we don't need anything here. So if actually we can make the space ourselves. So if we come down here, so this is just going to be a little unique bit that is just going to do the spaces. The only other thing I think we might need to do is have some kind of lookup table for what each character is, because I think at the moment, yeah, there we go. So we're getting a bit of a glitch up here. I'm not sure why that is. Could be due to some timing concerns down here. We'll sort that out in a minute. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we'll sort out what this glitch is here. I'm not entirely sure why it's doing that, but we'll have a look at. Oh yeah, am I actually RTSing? Oh, because I'm not RTSing. That's why. Thank you. Who said that? Microman. Thank you very, very much for that. Easily solved. Well spotted. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So we've got some issues with what looks like punctuation. That's easy to fix. I think we just need a lookup table to convert the characters from the screen code that we type in into something different. It's all bugged and crashed. That looks fine to me. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, I'm going to go and take a quick 2 or 3 minute break, guys. And when I come back, we'll do. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make it go behind the sprites here, because that's kind of the point. It should only scroll across this section. Then we'll put the smooth scroll in, and then we'll fix all the lookup stuff. So, all right, and also make sure that when it gets to the end, it restarts, because at the moment it's not gonna restart. It's just gonna start printing whatever's in memory. So, Commodore. Yeah, I think it's punctuation's just not showing up, which is fine. Okay, cool. Right. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Right back. I just saw where was it before I went out? Psycho the Rapist. Psychotherapist. It reminded me of Arrested Development, where Tobias decides that he's a psychoanalyst and a therapist, and that he's going to combine the two, and calls himself an anal rapist, which, when spelt out, is anal rapist. Or also reminds me of Charlie in Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where he can't remember what philanthropist is. He can't remember the word properly, so he describes himself as a full-on rapist. Which I think is quite funny, to a girl as well. Right, let's put my headphone back in. Okay, so you can see it's just printing out memory now. Time for more wine. If you guys have got any good suggestions of Game Boy Advance games to play, let me know. If I've got it, I'll play it. I won't have everything, but I've got quite a bit. I'll tell you now that I'm not playing any Pokemon games. Yeah, I used to do a bit of Visual Basic as well. Okay, let's make this go behind the text here as well. So it's pretty easy to do. So in our title card, wherever that is, here. So in the IRQs here, wherever it is. So basically at this top section where we have multicolour turned on, we also need to set the sprite priority. So sprite background, sprite priority register, sprite is drawn in front of screen content, sprite It's behind screen content, so that is actually happening already. D01B. So we want all sprites to be drawn in front of screen contents at this point. But then down here, this bit here, I guess, might need one more. Might need one more step in here. Don't need that there. I don't know why that's on. See how that looks. Might not be the right place for it. No, it's the wrong way around. So see where this text ends up in front. Okay, so it's the wrong way around. So that should be 0, and that should be offer. Cool. That's what I want. The thing is, on the intro screen, this is just kind of dead space. It doesn't really do anything. Although actually, it could do. You could actually have start game stuff here. While stuff's going on here, you could actually just have the start game options, exit, or whatever here. I don't know. I'll come to that soon. But yeah, that looks to be working fine now. So this is going in front of the sprites, this is going behind the sprites. And that creates the effect that we want, which is nice. So the next step is to make this a smooth scroll instead of a jerky scroll. Now that's gonna have an effect on this up here as well, unless we set those values up here. So what I'm gonna do is I am actually going to interesting how this is going to work actually. Let's just have a look at the sprite priority register. Sprite X is behind. Okay, so that is correct there. And what I need to also do at this point is set the screen columns to 38 with 0 on the horizontal scroll. So that's this bit here. 38 columns, 0 in bit 3, which is this one, which is correct. So this is correct. But what I need to do now is I need to copy this section, and I just need to do something a little bit different down the bottom. So what's this doing? This is actually turning that off, so it's multicolor mode. That's correct. But what I need to now do is actually change those. I'm just going to offset this value down here a little bit. Oh, wrong place. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the border color at this point, just so I can see. See where it's happening. Because this band is going to kind of move up and down, which is fine, but I need it to happen at the right place. So I just need to kind of play around until I find the right place for it. So it's too high, so that needs to move down a little bit. So let's move it down to 10, like so. It's probably a bit too far now. Yeah, it's too far. See, it needs to be back 1, I think. No, see, it's still... Actually, is that... I can't tell. Yeah, it drops below. So it needs to be Needs to be back one more. See, this is going to be a bit problematic because ideally we want this split to happen here, so we might have to put an actual solid split into this place. So I do it there, and then all that value. So I'm going to put another value here. This is just going to be our kind of normalized index here. So transfer X to the accumulator, and it was 0.7. All that out. The reason I'm doing that there is so I don't have to calculate here. I can just do a straight OR on this. Touch screen dot, and this would be scroll of fine index plus 1. Okay, we're still getting the glitch up here. So see, part of me thinks I should do another split down there rather than rely on kind of timing it around those things. Good night, Andrea. Greetings from Germany. You're very welcome. How's the wine doing? Oh, this wine's going down a lot quicker than the last one. I think Andy's shouted you out maybe 10 times tonight and probably got it right twice. First time. Okay, so the problem we've got here now is that this transition I'm going to put that to A. I'm going to do it this way around, see if that makes a difference. No, I'm still getting the glitches. Okay. So the problem I've got here is that I am moving the sprites up the screen. It might be easier to have set splits and move the sprite data instead, because all I've got to do is shift 64 bytes 3 across at a time, and that might be easier, and then I don't have to worry about the IRQs shifting around. Do you know, I the more and more I think about it, I think that's probably going to end up being the name for it. I feel like I should do a vote on it, but at the same time, I think Andy and Mandy, big letters in Candyland as a little banner at the bottom, kind of seems quite nice, actually. Let me think. Right, so at the moment we're moving the sprites up, which means we're moving the multiplexer. And because we're moving the multiplex, that means it's difficult for us to insert a new IRQ somewhere, because it's always moving at least to the last bang. So hang on, let's try and change this. Let's make it a bit easier to deal with. Okay, so side sprite index. So this is what we're using to work out where to actually animate things. So as you can see here, we're setting these values based on the side sprite index. So if I don't do anything with that value, which is here, what actually happens? So I think we'll just get static bars at the side, but our splits, oh no, we don't get static bars at the side. Okay, hang on. No, that's not right. It's not side sprite index. It is whichever value we put it to y. So side sprite positions. Here it is. So I just got rid of that completely like that. That will give us static. Okay, yeah, let's work with this because I think this will be easier for us to fix. Okay, so given that, let's now have a look at what the index is. So if we, in our transition, so in here, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to load side sprite positions and we'll store that in the border. And this should allow us to see where the splits are. Okay. Oh no, it won't because it should be this one. What's that not running? Okay, so this is where all our splits are. And we can see it's a bit easier for us to mess around with now. So actually, if we... Let's see if we can move this split down a little bit. Because if we can get it close to here, then it means this split's really close to the bottom here. So let's do that first. And then we'll scroll the data in the sprite instead. Are you all addicted to the Yeah, you are. You're all just gambling. Okay. Okay, so let's work out where the first one is. So side sprite positions, which is this one here. It says 32. Oh, because it subtracts 4. Okay, so let's just get rid of the subtract 4. Really slow at compiling. Oh, because I've got this open, that's why. Okay, the first split is happening here, and I don't want it to happen here. I want it to happen right on the edge here. So let's have a hang on. So it's the initialized transition 1. Okay. side sprite position 0. That is not set until here, which is set to 3.2. And it's not changed anywhere else. Just load it here. Whoops. Shit. And at the very end, it adds 50, stores that here, side sprite positions 1. Okay, right, I can see everything that it's trying to do. Yeah, it's just a matter of tidying this up, that's all. So changing these positions, let's try changing these. So if I change these to 24, what happens? Does it move up? Does it stay still? Okay, it doesn't change. And the reason it doesn't change is because those are set in the initialize here. If I set that to that there, final synth. Okay. Oh, what have I done? Okay, so now it's moved it much further back. Okay, so it is to do with the value we put in there. But I would have thought that makes it happen way too soon. Way too late. Yeah. I kind of think that that position is correct, but for some reason it's not. It's not actually triggering at that point. It's triggering a bit too soon. There's no way that that is like... no. Because we have 24 row modes, so actually I can move this down 4, so this can go to 36 instead. So that's why. Okay, that seems better. Okay, so next step is we need to fix the what's happening in each of these zones. So in zone 0, we need to set all the things that we need to set up here. So let's have a look in here. So this is zone 0. Okay, I think it needs pulling back 1 line or so. And we need to stop the scroll from happening at this point. So this would be AND with zero. That or byte is oh shit. That's the 38 column mode, which we definitely need to have on. Okay, it's just like that. And we need to pull that line back. Just 1, I think, should be enough. Okay, so this isn't animating now. And this isn't right. This isn't animating because we're going to do this actually in the sprite rather than move the rafters. We're going to use this line here as the split for the bottom. So all our data is going to be above this, which is fine. That's a sensible gap between things.
2, 3.
You are doing a great job, Shalon. So here are some bits for you. Now don't go using all at once. Ha ha ha. Cheers, laughing face.
Cheers, Doc. Thanks for the bits. Good night, cheers. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. Yeah, you should follow Chiz if you don't already. He plays a lot of C64 games at the moment. As I say, we'll convince him to make a game at some point. He is a coder, or he knows how to code. He's not a coder anymore by profession, but we can get him coding, I'm sure. If Hayes can do it, anybody can. Okay, so this is kind of looking all right now. I'm kind of pleased with this. We can probably trim this down a little bit, but let's not worry. Hayes has done a really good job with it, actually, considering that he doesn't. He's never really touched assembly before. Most of the people who follow this channel have the advantage of having used assembly back in the day, so we've got kind of quite an advantage, and I think sometimes we underestimate how hard it is to learn new things like this, especially when it's kind of not very intuitive. So he's done a good job. Yeah. Oh, was it you who taught him OOP? Cool. Yeah, he's done a good job. He should be really proud of himself as well. I mean, it's no mean feat making an assembly language game for the first time, and he's managed it all right. So credit to him. Okay, where we at? Okay, so we need to make this scroll. For some reason, this has now stopped scrolling, whereas this is scrolling. Which I don't quite understand, because that is a character scroll. That should be fine. Let's just make sure that's actually still running. Maybe it's not running. Okay. So we just do this in here. It's just because now we've changed the where these things work, so we can just do this here instead. There we go, that's still working. Okay, cool. So now we just need to set the value properly at the bottom. So this is in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's on zone 8. We need to set that. So let's have a look. So this is zone 0. And zone 0 is going to it's going to do the multicolor mode and such. Then it's going to come to here. Oh, wait. No, it's not. Should fix that. Cool. Right, so the only thing we need to do now is we need to scroll these sprites here. So I'm going to do this in zone 8, because zone 8 seems to be the correct place to do this. It only needs to happen once per frame. So we don't need to do this on every zone like we are doing. In fact, we can do it at the end here, I think, isn't it? Let's just have a look where we've got this piece of code. So we'll get rid of that now. Don't need that. I am going to implement the border here and then implement it again at this place. I just want to see where that's actually happening. It looks like it's taken quite a lot of time to do everything else here. What are we doing? We're setting the side sprites, drawing the top trim, checking complete. Okay. I'm gonna now, if we look at the sprite for this, and look at this one, you will see it's actually only the last character, the last section that needs to scroll. These bits can stay the same. So every third byte in a sprite, so that's going to be, if you imagine 64 bytes, even though it's only 63, so it's going to be 21 bytes we need to shift. So that's pretty easy to do. So we can do that quite quickly, I think. Right, side sprites. Put that here. So we need 21. So we're going to start here. And we're going to load the, actually we're going to start by loading that value from the top. So that is the second sprite along, and that is going to be our memory map intro sprites EC402. So I'm going to load that into the Y register. Hang on, EC42. There we go. And then we're going to load EC45, X, and store that at EC42, X. Then we're going to increase X 3 times. And we're going to compare that to 63. So, and then we're going to store Y at EC42 plus 3F. I think that's right. I just need to see if that's actually going to work. It does seem to shimmer a little bit. It's got like a little... Slow it down. Yeah, you see, it's got like a little glitch every now and again. But then it fixes itself. Okay. But it is kind of working, so, and it seems to have enough memory to time to do this. So let me put another increment. I just want to see where this is actually happening, because it looks like this is taking a little bit too long, and for some reason it's kind of hanging over into the next section. So I'm going to put an increment in here. So we should see pink, and then what's after pink? One of the grey colours. So I want to see where that band of grey is. Oh, it's quite small. It's down here. And in fact, you can kind of see it glitching on the character here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to shift that down a little bit to make the pink area a bit bigger. So I'm going to do the top trim first. Oh, has the music stopped? Or has it just gone really quiet? Seems to have got stuck on that one. There we go. Okay, let me put the full borders on because debug borders even. Okay, so it's happening down here. So it is still happening in a V blank at the bottom of the screen, not at the top. It is pretty quick, so it shouldn't be affecting it. So why are we seeing a little glitch in there? That's what I don't understand. Because other than that, it should be fine. Okay, so no, I should be right. I don't know why that's wrong. I know his onions. I do, yeah. As I've said before, though, I don't really know that much. Everything I know has been kind of from digging around and stuff, and I'm constantly learning things, all the time. In fact, so it's not. There's not. Oh God, I've got no room now. So I've been tidying my room up. So you can see there's probably quite a bit of blank space behind me now. Because I'm gonna put my my machines there. Add some nice lighting as well. I've got a shelf over here and some shelves there. I'm going to tidy this area up basically. So when I sit here behind me, it will look kind of nice, and it's all going to be lit up with nice coloured lights. I've got some nice coloured light strips that are going to go on there. They're going to highlight all the consoles and stuff. So 6581 SID chips and some of the date codes on them. I don't think I've got any 6581s anymore. These, no. No, I don't think I have. The only one I've got is in this machine. Yeah, I don't have any anymore. I got a shitload of Vic 2s though. Which is crazy. The only SIDs I've got left now are these things. Swin SIDs. Which are alright in a pinch. I mean, they do the job. And I couldn't tell you the date code on my SIDs in there because they're heat synced, so. They're all right. I mean, I use the Swin SID because it's if I get a machine and it's broken, it's a really good way of just kind of making sure that the SID can actually play properly. So yeah, I mean that's it. Wow, replacement 6581 for £3.65, whereas now they're 10 times that. Go and grab another bottle of wine at the next break. Okay, right. So, question is, why is that sprite looking like that? So, let's run it in the debugger and see if we can find out what's going on with the actual sprite data. Turn that back on. Hopefully, it should appear on that screen if I've done it right. I need to pause that. Yeah, there we go. So it's really cool. I can load the GameCube on this screen down here. It's kind of nice. Okay, so let's have a look at the sprite and here. Let's slow it right down. Why is it not slowing down? Oh, there we go. Nothing seems to be going wrong with the sprite. Maybe it's just a weird rendering glitch. Ah, I bet it's to do, actually, with the size of my Vice window. So let me just set my Vice window to default. No, it's still got a glitch. And I don't know why. Can it be setting too soon, maybe? Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna try shifting the IR key back one more line, in case it's something to do with that. Oh, it's already doing it here anyway. Me too. I'm moving the line around a little bit, so. I honestly cannot, for the life of me, think why that might be glitching. But it is definitely glitching. So I don't know if you guys can see that. But if you look at this sprite on this side, it does kind of display kind of. I can't even describe what's going on. It's like it's delayed. The update for it's delayed. But the data is updated here, so it's already done by the time it gets there. I wonder if it's the positioning of the sprites. Yeah, it looks like that, but I don't know why. So if we look at the sprite in memory, right, you'll see that actually doesn't happen. I think it's to do with where the splits are, because if you look, this is where the split is, and that's exactly where we're seeing the problem. But if I just show you in the debugger quickly, yeah, exactly, they line up with the color bars on the side. So if you look in the debugger and you look at this is the sprite here. It's animating absolutely fine. There's no problems with it. We're not seeing that glitch in it at all. We're only seeing the glitch when it's on the screen, and I think it's because of the raster lines. Now, why that's happening is a whole different thing. So I need to look at what's actually going on when we get to here. Okay. So we set the side positions. Let's just get rid of the border color change. This is setting the scroll position just for this line. It's happening on every line, so it's like it's happening in this stuff almost. Yeah, but I can't think why that would be the case. So the only other thing it could be is this position in here. This is 21 ahead, so if I change this, this is just going to screw things up massively. So I'm going to change it, but you'll see it will make an absolute mess of it. Yeah. Oops, speed things up. Because it absolutely has to be 21 apart, because that's the width of the sprites. Get rid of that subtract completely. Maybe it's that. No, so it does need that subtract because it needs to know ahead of time. Let's put that colour back in for now. It's nice to see that. Change the sprite a little bit. The sprite run is plus or minus 1 frame. That can introduce it. No, that's the thing. They're all using the same sprite, and the sprite is updated. The sprite is updated at the bottom of the screen here. So this grey bar here is where the sprite gets updated. But it seems like as it passes through this, it struggles to draw the next sprite in the right place for some reason. Like it just offsets it by 1 or so and causes a glitch. And it's only because we're animating the sprite. If we don't animate the data, it's fine. Like if I just return from that, we won't see the glitch. We'll just see very static sprites that don't do anything. So if I just RTS from this function, and you see they're fine there. No, they're not overlapped. So what's happening is as soon as one sprite is finished drawing, its Y position, well, as soon as one sprite starts drawing, its Y position is set for the next one. So actually what actually happens is it draws the sprite, and then about 4 or 5 lines before this one is finished, 4 lines actually, before this one is finished, it sets the Y position for the next one. The X positions are all the same, so it shouldn't be that. But the Y position is just red on the first line, that's it. Yeah, actually they do look more rounded there, don't they? Just load in the debugger. No, because there's actually 2 sprites, because they animate out as well. So there's a. I'll show you in the debugger. It's probably the easiest way. And there's going to be more sprites as well. Yeah. So we're going to have a demo of the various things running. Like colouring platforms or picking up stuff. So you can see it's an expanded sprite and then another sprite, and the thing is this animates out as well, so it kind of needs to be 2 sprites in order to get out to this width and to cover the text down here as well. I mean, I could probably hide the text down here and just colour this band here, but then you probably wouldn't get the same effect here as well, with it going behind the thing. So there is a reason for it being done. Oh, I need to switch my headphone. That didn't beep. I'm going to assume that's working. Oops. Yeah, it's a tricky setup. It's really bugging me though why that's not why it's not looking correct when it moves. So the moment it starts moving, it looks incorrect. So what are we doing? So we're taking we're just shifting the 21 bytes on the right hand side of the sprite, and we're moving them back 3 bytes at a time. So we're recording the top value in the Y register. Then we're going through each of the... Oh, hang on. I don't need to go all the way, do I? I'm going too far, that's why. Which is why I think it looks a bit different. Okay, let's put the... Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think they did change shape, and I think it's because I was doing too many. Oh, no, now they've gone completely flat. Oh, that is right then. Okay, let's run it and pause it and see if they look the same. Because they do look different. They really do look different. I have no idea how to advance at all. Yeah, they don't look right. They're not right. Well, it shouldn't be visual persistence because the sprites change down here. So, and the sprites are a tessellated flush here. They go down the screen touching each other all the way down. So in fact, if I go into the debugger, you'll see. Actually, the debugger might help us see what's going on here because we'll be able to see if the sprite is actually different. Which it is. Look, the sprite is different there. And you can see that red line, the red line on the bottom there, and the top, they just, yeah, I mean, it's... They tessellate correctly, but this is wrong. Okay, so it just means its function's wrong, that's all. Do you know what? I'm going to go and take a quick break. I'm going to grab a... Yeah, I tried 3C, but it just cleared it. 3F is correct, I think. I think maybe no. Do you know what? I'm gonna go and grab another bottle of wine because I'm out of wine. Now anyway, and then I'm gonna take a quick 2 or 3 minutes smoke break, and when I come back, we'll figure out what the hell this is. Always the case, really simple things. All right, back in a minute. You get all the sound effects. That's the only thing. I wish you could flick a button in DeepSid and turn that off. Don't you need to change the 3 out? Yeah, that's what I thought, but changing... Oh, wait a minute. The plus 3 out. Yes, I think you're right. Yes, I think you're right. Doctor, I think you've got it. Oh. 10 bonus points for Dockster. Thank you. Celebrate with some wine. Cool. Right, so I can get rid of all this. Yeah, go to the header. Do you know what? I should have some extra I should have like some buttons to award some extra points for people when they do that, because it does happen. So I'm confused as to how that was even working, how it was even slightly working. I think I just got lucky there. Good night, Dave, Velociraptor. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. Right, I'm going to turn all these border colours stuffs off now. Because I think we've got it spot on there, so we can get rid of that one. And we can get rid of all of this crap down here as well. Ninja. I think I ever played that. Did anyone play that game? Okay, there is a little glitch down here when it appears, but I'm not too fussed about that. I'm gonna set the colours down here now, because I want these colours to be very specific. I want it to be black all the way across, and then at the end have a little bit of a fade. So I'm gonna reference Cold Fade Dock again. Oh, I recognise this. Crazy Comets, yeah. Thought I recognised this. Oh, please work. I'm going to have to save this PDF because I keep... There you go, I've saved it now. Yeah, WinRAR, whatever. Sure, somebody at some point will buy it. But it isn't going to be me and it isn't going to be now, so... thank you for the follow, Doofus Digital. Welcome to the stream, dude. So I'm looking for yellow to black. So here's black and here's the yellow. That's a bit too long. I don't really want that kind of length. This is kind of okay, but no, not that keen on those. Let's see if there's anything down at the bottom. Let's look at the yellow section. Yellow to black. That kind of looks alright. I'm just going to skip that though. I'm just going to go with the greys instead. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is in the title screen initialization, I'm going to set the colour to black at the bottom of the screen. So we can do this backwards. And we need to ignore the last column because you won't see that. So that's column 27. 26 will be grey. 25 will be another grey. 24 will be another grey. So 23 will be the first column you do it in. And this will be D800 plus 16 and 17, or was it 15? 16 and 17. 16 times 28, comma X. Oops. And then this will be 17, X. And then finally we need to put the actual colours for the last couple of rows in. So this will be the colour B. And this will go at these two locations. Oops. I have the comma X on. Oops. F. Okay, cool. Right, so hopefully this should create a nice kind of sort of a fade in. Oh. What did I do wrong there? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not actually sure that fading adds anything. I think it actually looks a bit shit, to be honest. What do you guys think? I'm not sure that actually works. It does look... I've got an idea. Right, okay. So what I'm going to do... So first of all, do I think I can make a logo that fits into this? I think I can. Into 5 sprites. I think I can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this sprite here. And I am going to set the sprite color to yellow, and then I'm going to do this. Is this going to be big enough? Yeah, it is going to be big enough, isn't it? Okay. Okay, this needs to be 2s. Yeah, this will be fine. Actually, no, what I'm going to do, so I'm going to dither it a little bit like this. Here we go with the effects again. Oops, like so, and then so it's on this side. Actually, let's do it the other way around like that. So it really doesn't matter which way I do it, it still looks a bit weird. But it will look fine when it's moving, hopefully, so... Actually, yeah, let's just trim this down a bit. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick this on the scroll text on one side, and hopefully it's going to create a nice band instead, so... You just got to get the dither right, or else it's going to look a bit strange. Alright, let's try that. We can, if it's not quite right, we can always edit it later, but I think this might just about look right. So that means on the title screen, I need to set this sprite. So on title screen here. So instead of doing this color crap, I will do the black because that's correct, but then this bit will be a sprite instead. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the color 7. We're going to store that in sprite 3. We're going to make sure sprite 3 is turned on. So we're going to 2015. Or this way, 3, 4. Right, and then position wise, this is going to be, so the screen is 320 wide with a 24 border, which is 344 total over to that side. The sprite is 24 wide, so that needs to be 320. Take off the 256, that gives us 64, so we need to store 40 at D004. And then Y is going to be, so the very bottom of the screen is FA, and that is including the top border. We take 21 off that, that is 15 off that, so that is E5, I think, is the right value to put in there. Well, that might be enough, let's give it a try. Okay, it's definitely in the right place, we just need to set the pointer now. So the pointer is EC80, so if I put that into the calculator, so instead of EC80, I do 2C80, and I divide that by 40, that gives me B2, so put B2 into sprite pointers plus 2. Oh, and I might need to turn multicolor off as well. I think it's probably going to be, yeah, it's using multicolor. Okay. So if I go, is it D01A? I don't remember which one it is. It's D01A. No, D01C. Okay. So D01C, and I need to turn multicolor off for it. So I leave everything else the same. And just turn multicolor off for that one sprite. Oh, it's not quite right. It's the right idea, but it's not quite right. I say I don't think it's fully on the screen. Let me. I think my calculation was slightly wrong over that side. Oh no, it is. Actually, it wants moving up slightly. So I'm going to move it up. It's this one here, isn't it? So. It should be going behind the sprites, which it looks. So it kind of looks right down here, but then it looks wrong at the top, so. It looks wrong on here. X position is wrong. I don't think it is. I think it's right. So we'll set that to something different. Ah, no, you are right, because it's 8 pixels. Yes, because we're using 38 column mode. God's sake. Thank you. bonus points to Fistmaster. Use that to equal 0. Oh, that. Yeah. I mean, it's not bad, but I feel like it's not quite right. I think the dithering is wrong, that's all. Let me look at some dither patterns. So if you type in dither patterns into Google, you can get stuff like this, which is really useful for stuff. So you can see a dither pattern here. I mean, it's not the best one because it's using smaller pixels as it goes along. But you can usually find in here something that resembles what you're after, and try that. So let's load the sprite editor up again. Let's just give it a clear. Let's try again. Okay, so let's just do a couple of lines of solid. And let's try this. So this is what I was trying actually. So I'm going to try this one that's on here, or as close to this as I can get, which was 3 on 1 off, 3 on 1 off, which is what I was doing. Oh, and then a row of solid. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense actually. And then offset. So that's so. Yeah, so it does 3 rows of that. So see, this is why I should actually learn to do art, because I have no idea. I have to actually look up. I have to Google dither patterns. But then I'm sure if an artist who's never coded before took on this task, they'd have to look up how to do for loops, for instance. Okay. Oh god, I wish you could copy sections of it. That would be... Actually, you probably could with a bit of pre-planning, but... Wait, what's going on here? So 1, 1.5. Thing is, it gets smaller though here, so I'm actually gonna. Well, anyone's saying anything. I'm putting the result in bitmap. Yeah, I mean that's one way of doing it. That's for sure. Feels like that's working now. So I'm having to take some liberties here with what's actually going on the top compared to the bottom. Almost happening up there compared to what I'm doing. Well, let's try exploring that. It's just a matter of getting this right. Again, this could be something we look at a later date, but it would be nice to get this at least how I want it to be. That's actually not that bad. That's better than it was before anyway. I feel like it's too much with the ones that are a bit further out though. I think these ones probably are unnecessary. I think it can probably stop at that point there. Yeah, it does look like it's too far down, isn't it? I'm going to check that out in a second. In fact, let's load it into the debugger and see where it is. Oops. Oh, no, it appears to be in the right place. I think it's just the kind of position of the dither in. So I'm just gonna knock it up by one. Just that I think because your eyes are drawn to the top, so you tend to see glitches at the top that don't exist, but it's just because of the odd even kind of nature of the dithering. So I think if I just move the dither down a little bit, sorry, up by one. So if I just do that, I think it might solve that issue. Oh, no, because now it looks wrong at the bottom. So I'm going to move it down by one instead. So yeah, that looks better. Cool. I think it's because your eyes are drawn to the top, so you tend to see the kind of problems at the top more. Does the character set have a blank? Yes, it does. So you can see more clearly. Yeah, hang on. I don't know how well you can see that. Oh yeah, let's get rid of the debug borders. Don't need them anymore, do we? So, yeah. Yeah, so the dither is kind of creating this little area here, which looks wrong, and I think that's just because the height of the characters is probably 15. And so this is actually sitting on the last pixel here is sitting above it, so it looks like you're getting an extra line across. I might be able to just kind of hack the dither a little bit here. But honestly, I mean, it's one for later thing. I think that kind of looks okay. It looks a lot better than the colour anyway. Yeah, it looks better than the colour, I think. Cool. All right, so it's taken a lot longer than I was thinking this. Yeah, exactly. You have to really look at it to spot it. I don't think it's that bad. If you move it down to like this size, it's kind of fine, to be honest. It just looks like letters kind of disintegrating in. I mean, one thing we could do is we could animate that as well, that dither. So the dither is actually moving as well. but that might be an unnecessary amount of kind of data shifting. Let's give it a try. Actually, why not? Let's put it into. What the hell is that? Hobbit did a lot of sound effects. Let's try animating it. So I'm not sure we've got the raster time to do this efficiently, but let's give it a try anyway. So at the moment we have a routine in here which is updating the sprite. So I'm just going to copy this routine. I'll put it in the title screen. Animate div sprite. Okay, so this is a little bit different. So what this needs to do is it needs to grab the top few values. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the stack here. So I'm going to push that onto the stack and do this for the top 3 values. Then I need to, one at a time, I need to grab the value from 83, x moves to 80. I need to do this until x has reached... shit, what's this going to be now? So this is actually going to be 3C. And then I need to pull the accumulator, store that at 3F. Okay. Oh no, okay, that messed up. So something went wrong there. Okay, let's think about this. So I'm taking these 3 values, pushing them into the accumulator, and then later on I'm storing at 3F. No, it's 3E, 3D, 3C. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, cool. That seems to be working, and that does get rid of that kind of glitch at the bottom. It makes it a lot harder to see the dither itself because it's moving. Yeah, I like it. I think it's all right. Weirdly, it kind of makes the text look a little bit grey as it comes in, which is an interesting effect as well. Yeah, it does. Doesn't it? It looks like it's kind of building it out. I like that. It's a nice effect, actually. I like that. Cool. Yeah, and it gets rid of both the top and the bottom line effect because it's actually updating all the time. It's kind of nice. All right. Oops. So next job is to make sure when it gets to the end it wraps. Okay, so at the moment it isn't wrapping. So if I put byte 0 in here, you'll see it carries on displaying this. So actually, I'm just gonna. It really doesn't matter. I'm just trying to keep the same text, but it really doesn't matter. So you'll see it. It's what we would expect here is for it to show lorem ipsum and then start again. But instead, what it's doing is it's showing lorem ipsum and then it's going to carry on. So let's just check that that's indeed what it's doing. That text is called lorem ipsum. It's what typesetters and people use in all sorts of kind of what's it called? Desktop publishing kind of packages. It's a way of kind of testing relatively English looking text. that doesn't mean anything. So you can just fill like, so if you're laying out a newspaper, you can just plonk this all over the place, and you know what it's going to look like, and then you can fill it with the real text later on. So it's designed to kind of look like proper English. Yeah, word spacing, exactly, the correct word spacing. Yeah, so it's used by designers quite a lot, but it's useful for something like this because I can't be asked trying to think of a piece of text to put in here just yet because I'm lazy. So we would want to see lorem ipsum repeating, but what we're going to see is it just carry on. There might be a weird bite in the middle. Yeah, so you see the 0 there, and then it carries on. But what we want it to do is we want it to stop at that point and start repeating again. No, it's just gobbledygook. It kind of looks a bit like Latin, a little bit like English in some places. It's designed to kind of emulate kind of Germanic languages and the kind of layout of those. So there's some fun ones as well. So you can get like bacon ipsum, where let me find an example of that. Actually, it's kind of hilarious. Yeah, so this site will generate bacon ipsum. So if I was to put some bacon ipsum in, not random text has roots in a piece of classical Latin literature, making it over 2,000 years old, and was so one of the more languages consecutor. Ah, okay, interesting. So it's kind of ancient Latin then, which is interesting because Latin itself is ancient. So, but it must be very obscure Latin. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's brilliant for laying out stuff. Yeah. Yeah, bacon ipsum is good. But yeah, I mean it is perfect for if like now we just needed a long set of words just to check that the scroller looked okay. I could have just filled it with A's or B's or just random text, but it makes more sense to put something in that is representative of real kind of real world text, even if it doesn't really mean anything. Cool. So I'll leave that dither sprite in there. I think that looks really nice actually. Okay, so we need to get this byte 0 working. So in the scroller down here, when we load this value in here, the very first thing we should do is if it's equal to 0, then we need to do something else. If it's not equal to 0, then we can go on and we can start doing the other comparisons here. However, if it is equal to 0, then what we need to do is we need to load a new value in. So this bit here, basically, we need to copy. Scroll the way down. And the easiest way to do this is just to store the new value back in the beginning, and then jump back to here so we can grab it again. Actually, we can just load it like this. We don't need to jump. Might as well just use that instruction again. And now we're going to be back at the beginning again. So now if I run this, we should see lorem ipsum just repeating. Which is cool. So what this means is that once it gets to the end of this text, it's just going to repeat. So what you might want to do is just add a couple of spaces on the end just to give it Hodor themed lorem ipsum, just Hodor, Hodor, Hodor. Oh my god, that's brilliant. Oh my god, there's a list of them as well. Holy shit, okay. Oh, awesome. Hodor ipsum. Oh, and it gives you some examples. Trump ipsum. Hipster ipsum. Zombie ipsum. Oh wow, cool. Ah, brilliant, brilliant. I'm gonna save that because I wanna I wanna have a proper look through that later. So yeah, you might want to add a couple of spaces on the end just so that you know when you've reached the end of the text, and so when it repeats, there's a bit of a gap like that. There we go. Oh, is there a Smeghead one? That's amazing if there is. Yeah, no, but there should be. A Red Dwarf ipsum would be amazing. Yeah, that's just because of the frame rate. It's jumpy on my screen as well. If you see this, if I run it in NTSC, it should be a little bit better. It's probably not going to work in NTSC though because of the timings. But that's something for another day. It's because the C64 runs at 50 frames per second. But most hardware, yeah, that's not going to work. Oh, actually, it does work. Hang on. Oh, no, it doesn't quite work. It kind of works when it's there, but yeah, no, it's broken. Okay. So it's going to have to be fixed at some point. But yeah, on real hardware, this should look absolutely perfect. It shouldn't look an issue at all. It's just due to the way that it's always the same with scrolling things. Anything that scrolls at 50 frames a second is going to look really weird on the stream and on screen. In fact, because my screen's running at. Let's have a look what my screen was running at actually. Should be running at 144, which is definitely does not divide into 50 at all. Yeah, my screen is running at 144, so I mean, I don't have a hertz rate that would work with that. So yeah, it's just a mismatch basically. So what you see is that every 10 frames or something like that, there's a little bit of a skip. Do you know what? The secret project that is definitely not Creatures 3. I will tell you that now. I haven't touched for about 3 or 4 weeks. I need to get back to it and get cracking with it. I've just not had the motivation to do any code whatsoever. It's only the stream that keeps me going, to be honest. It's only the stream is when I actually do any code, so. So I've got to thank you guys for actually keeping me coding. It's not with the Aardvark 2, it's not. Could not get the Rasterbars episode ASM files to run correctly on Vice 3.4. Really? Let me just try that. text bars. There we go. Can't remember which one it was that I ran now. Let's try them out. Okay, it wasn't test. So this one, raster sprite. Yeah, it's running alright for me. This is 3.4 as well. That's rasters _ sprite. And that's just rasters, so they both work. Make sure you have injector RAM turned on because they're probably using stuff in other places. So just make sure you have injector RAM. So in Vice, I'll show you where that is. So for those who don't know, if you don't use injector RAM, then the kick assembler doesn't know how to load stuff underneath basic RAM or kernel RAM. So oh, you do have it turned on, but I'm going to show everyone where it is anyway. So if you go into settings, go into machine, auto start, it's this bit here. It's injector RAM that you need. Otherwise it doesn't know how to load the data underneath underneath the RAM. But yeah, I mean I do not like 3.4. I'm hoping that they fix the issues. My main issue is with the monitor. So if I load this up, for a start they changed all the shortcut keys, which is a bit frustrating. But Alt-H should bring me the monitor up, and it doesn't. However, if I go into settings and I bring up monitor and I turn off enable remote monitor, it comes up. Okay, but the thing is if I close this down, I have save settings on exit, which it does save everything else on exit. But when I go into the settings again and look at monitor, it's set again. So it's automatically setting that every time I boot it up. No, it never saves this setting for me. I wonder if I do that, does it save it? No, I haven't actually. I really should. It's a good point. I should report it to them. I'm just going to try something because I did empty that IP number, so maybe that's fixed it. Nope, that hasn't fixed it. Okay, I'll make a note actually to do that. So, because that's been bugging me for like a month now. So, yeah. Now Alt M brings up mouse control, which is freaking annoying as well. So. Okay, well, I mean, the problem is really simple. I can show you now steps. It's you load up Vice, press Alt-H, monitor doesn't appear. Go into settings, go into monitor and disable remote monitor, and the monitor works. However, notice I have save settings on exit, and I've turned that off. If I close Vice and reopen it and go into the settings again and go back to there again, it's re-enabled again. So it re-enables every time, and there's nothing I can seem to do to get rid of that. So that's what it is. I mean, I don't mind sending them a bug report as well. This is on, yeah, I think it's 3.4. Let me just get the exact version. There you go. 3.4. There you go, that's the exact version. I mean, maybe they've fixed it, I don't know. But it's certainly not fixing that version. Okay, so now we've got the text repeating. So the final thing to do is to make sure we map all these characters correctly. So this is going to be a kind of laborious process. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create... actually... You're getting the same issue in 37944. Okay. Yeah, they probably don't know about it. I don't know why though. I mean, it's one of the most common things you would use in Vice. Because every single C64 dev I know uses Vice. I can't think of a single C64 dev that's going, oh no, I use CCS. Oh, this sounds like International Cry. Yeah, it is. Hey. Okay. Right, so we need to work out what these characters are. Steps. I don't suppose you have a list of what these characters are in the order that they are, do you? Actually, I'll tell you what, I can do it like this, kind of. So we've got 44 characters. Come on, there we go. Although the first one is going to be blank, so the first one is the copyright symbol, which I'm just going to have to skip for now. But let's just try and write down these as they go past. So, oh shit, I'm going to have to slow this down. This is way too quick. Now that's too slow. Okay, so it's my Vice monitor update. Okay, so A to Z, and then the numbers straight away. Okay, so 0. It does let you map these to controller buttons. Oh, 5 is missing. Oh, because 5 is 20. Okay, so 0 to 9, then apostrophe, bracket, dot, comma, dash. Okay, right. The 5 isn't there because that is position 32, and we're using some code here which actually overwrites that and puts a space in when it sees it, so that's fine. All we need to do is down here, I'm going to put char map, and then in here I'm going to write some. Actually, should it be text or should it be? Actually, it can be a mix of both. It's fine. So this char map is basically just going to be a way of mapping characters. So this is fine. This is fine. And then at this point, it's going to look up. So I need to bring up the Petsky font. So it's looking for Petsky font, and this is what the Petsky font looks like. This one here. So basically, I need to make sure that these characters map to the correct values on here. So I'm going to do this over here. So if they're not defined in our font, I'm just going to leave them blank. So that means we don't have square bracket, £, square bracket, up arrow, left arrow. Space we do have. I'm going to leave that as a space. Exclamation mark we do have. Oh, hang on. I need to do this right. Okay, so this needs to be bytes. That's right. Okay. So, space-wise, so this will be, okay, no square bracket, no £, no square bracket, no up, no left. Space is space. And then we have an apostrophe, not an apostrophe, an exclamation mark. And that is copyright. So the numbers start 26. So that means the exclamation mark is at 36. We don't have quotes, so it's 32. Don't have hash, don't have dollar, don't have percent, don't have, and do have an apostrophe. The apostrophe is, let's write these numbers under here, so 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Okay, so the apostrophe is 41, and I'm going to test this by putting the numbers in. Then I'm going to put all of these characters in that we do have. Okay. So apostrophe is 41. Then we do have brackets, which are 37, 38. And we don't have the star. We don't have the plus. We do have comma, 40. We do have hyphen, which is 42. We do have full stop, which is 39. Then 32. And then we have the numbers, which start at 26. So 26, 27, 28, 29, 32, 31, 32, 34, 35. Right, that's right. 35 numbers. And then I'm just going to put blanks in for the last ones. So we're just going to use the first 64 characters. There we go, cool. Oh, they have fixed it. Okay, cool. 37945. Okay, I will update that. Cool. I'm not going to do it now, but I will do it at some point. I've actually just taken to using the debugger more because of the problems with the monitor, to be honest. Okay, so this is our char map. So this is what's going to map the code we get back from. Where is it? Here. Title index yet. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do branching minus, then we can use the branching plus. Sorry, then we can use FF as our final byte here, which means we can still use the copyright symbol, which we might need at some point. So that means once we get that value here, it's in the accumulator. We'll transfer that to the X register. No, we'll transfer that to the Y register. Then we'll load char map, comma Y. And there we go. That should be enough. So now what we should see is the numbers followed by, yeah, there is a glitch down here as well. I need to work out what that is. See it a lot more when it's slow. Okay, we've seen a Z first for some reason. I think my number offsets are wrong. Oh, of course they're wrong. God damn it, I need to add 1 to every single number. Except the 32s, I need to add 1 to, for fuck's sake. Okay, so this would be 37, 42, 38, 39, 41. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Got it, okay. Good night, Roasterini. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. Cool. I don't know what you're showing me there. got a note from Microman. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, okay. Oh, that's kind of handy. I kind of learned that though now. Okay, I missed the table now. God damn it. Right, okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it missed 5 again. Okay. And it missed... Oh, there is a space. So everything's fine except the 5. So 5 is 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Oh, hang on. Am I doing this the wrong way around? No. 5 should be in the middle of here. Ah, it's because of this. So actually, this needs to be something else. So I'm going to make this 64. So any instance of 32 in here is going to be 64. I'll explain why in a minute. So find and replace. So we're looking for in selection 32, and we're going to change it to 64. In selection, please. There we go. Right. So the reason I'm doing this is because we actually need the number 32. And 32 was originally being used as space, so we're going to use 40 as space instead. And we're just going to make sure everything that's either not available or a space maps to that. So yeah, it's my ignore number. Yeah, it's added. So well, there we go. Cool. Okay, so that's pretty much it for that scroller. I don't think there's anything else to do to it. I mean, we could maybe... no, I don't think so, actually. I was going to say maybe we could invert the text and do some colour fade for it, but I don't think it's needed, actually. I kind of like it. Yeah, let's try some other colours, actually. So what would look good against yellow? So obviously it needs to be quite a contrasting colour. So let's start with some of the greys first, or yeah, let's put the FF in here. Kind of it dither as it disappears. I did think about that when I was doing it, but I think I like the fact that this is kind of acting as a curtain almost to hide it. Yeah, that's repeating fine. That's good. So we've got red, we've got orange, we've got... Oh, I wanted to change this to a grey as well. I don't like the black, the solid black at the top. So I'm going to quickly do that in the title card up here. So I think this is a multicolour value, which is D022, I think. So let's try setting that. I'm going to try setting it here. It's either going to be right or it's going to be wrong, right? So yeah, and it's wrong. Okay, so it's D023, that's right. So if you look in my original design for this, which now is... I'm using a grey colour at the top because I think the black looks a bit harsh and you can see the kind of pixelation a lot more, whereas the grey kind of hides it a little bit and it looks a bit neater. So maybe it would match with the grey colour at the bottom. Let's try that first. Which is right at the top of this file. So it's this bit here. Yeah, it kind of matches. But let's try Fistmaster's idea of using a brown down there. Because maybe we've got the red, we've got the orange. Maybe a brown would kind of suit it quite well, actually. Is that orange? Is that brown? I think that's brown. Yeah. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Because the only other colours that are going to look right here is probably the other shade of grey, so 0C, and maybe at a push the blue, but I think the blue might be a little bit too contrasting, even more so than the black, in fact. Because black kind of goes well with things, whereas blue's probably going to look a bit out of place, I think. So the contrast is, well, it's kind of an illusion of contrast, I think. Oh, actually, that looks nicer. I think I prefer that. Could I alternate between red and brown for each character? Yes, but I'd have to scroll. I'd have to scroll the color RAM as well then, and I really not, because I want to save quite a lot of raster time for here, because this area is going to have like little demos of what the game does. So yeah, I like that grey. I think that grey looks nice, and it means you've kind of got a gradient of, so you've got two different greys, and then you've got a red that's going to an orange. It kind of fits the theme well. And that it means that the text here can still be black. I think the text in the middle here needs to be black. I think it needs to stand out. Great, oh, God's sake. Right, on that note, Actafin, I'm going to go for a smoke. You've upset me now. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. Right, I'm back because it was bloody freezing out there. Oh, hey, Hitch. How did you give yourself away? I'm trying to look now. Scroll back. Oh, I see. Cool, alright, this is kind of looking alright, so we've got scroll text in. Yeah, I'm well, dude. I'm a bit sick of the lockdown, it's driving me mad, but things are going alright. I'm actually, well, I'm gonna guess that my boss is not online. I know he knows I stream, and I know he's watched one or two, but I'm gonna say it, whatever. I'm kind of in the process of trying to find a new job, so I'm hoping that kind of alleviates some of the boredom that I've got. So, why, Shannon? Security. I want to go into security. I'm tired. I'm sick to the back teeth of coding in JavaScript. So, and it seems to be the majority of what I do at the moment. So, I'm going to move into security. Same company, kind of, but completely different role. So doing more kind of no, I'd still code, but it would be more about picking the right language for what I need to do. So there'd be quite a lot of PHP. Annoyingly, there'd be quite a bit of Python in there as well. A little bit of C++, a little bit of reverse engineering as well. So you know, the assembly stuff comes in really handy. There'll be a lot of Java as well. But it just depends what I need to do. So it's a job as a pen tester basically. So I'll be basically hacking stuff, and finding kind of security breaches, which I'm already doing to a certain extent. I've found quite a few security breaches in the company's software, so I'm hoping that kind of bodes well for me applying for this role. So but your boss may not be, but I am. PHP gets all the money. Yeah. Challenge generates little security guards to wander around IO circuits, beat brackets. Yeah, yeah. There's going to be a lot of kind of network kind of sniffing and stuff. So, which again, I'm already doing anyway. So, all right. So really, the kind of next step for this is okay. So there's a few things here we need to tidy up. So first thing is we need to turn off 38 column mode when we come back into the game. So that's fine, we can do that. I need to set the colors here because they're incorrect. So I can't remember what they need to be, but I do need to set them. Yeah, see that it's the multicolor that's wrong there, I think. So I guess we can start looking at making this screen work properly. I'm gonna do another. See, I don't know. I feel like fixing the bugs and then just playing some games. Again, if anybody's got any ideas of Game Boy Advance games, let me know. I'll have a look through this big old box of games, see if I've got them, and play them. I wish there was a way I could show you what games I've got. Maybe I should catalogue them all as well, but I mean, there's all sorts in here, so just let me know if you've got any favourite Army classics. I tell you what, I'll have a look in a minute. Let me go through the the bug fix that I want to do, and then I'll have a look. I've got a lot. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll go through pulling them out, and if anybody remembers any of the games, we'll do it that way. Because if you just shout a game name out, then I've got to go through all these cartridges, and there's a lot of to find it. So I think I'll just pull them out one at a time, show them on the thing, and then if anybody says, "Yeah, let's play that," and I'll load that up. How's it been over in Norway, by the way, Hitch? Is it what's it? I mean, how's the lockdown there? Are they as strict as they have been in London, or well, in the UK actually? See you later, Doc. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. No lockdown, really, not anymore. Yeah, I mean, they've kind of relaxed it a lot here, but there is still some quite strict rules. Like you have to be. You can only meet with up to 6 people. And you still have to stay within 2 meters. It all has to be outside. There's still a lot, but and nobody's listening to it. I mean, everybody's going to these protests and stuff, which I'm completely behind everything that they're doing with these protests. But I do think that the lack of social distancing is a bit worrying in these things. When we've got such a high death count, it's a bit crazy to be doing these things. There's plenty of stuff that people can be doing otherwise to do that. Yeah. Still no pubs open here either. What's the country where they're eating pork a lot? Yeah, Germany or Poland. Pork and potatoes, yeah. I freaking love German sausage. It's so good. So, a little update on my vegetarianism as well. So I went vegetarian in March to try and deal with some issues I've had with my stomach. And it's kind of worked out quite well. Everything was going all right. But I was craving meat so badly. So what I've done is I've started introducing chicken into my diet. Just chicken. That's it. And it's so far so good. It's not causing me any issues, and it's so good to be able to eat chicken again. So I'm no longer vegetarian, but I am kind of off the red meat. So okay, I need to put that bite at the end of there again. No, it doesn't take. It's the texture though. You can really kind of flavor chicken quite a lot. So chicketarian, yeah. I mean, I'm still eating vegetarian meals, and I'm really into the vegetarian sausages at the moment. Um, yeah, fish. I'm probably going to try fish a little bit as well. I'm just trying to introduce a little bit at a time, give it a week or two to see what effect it has on me. Um, but I had a Nando's tonight and it was so good. It was so tasty. After vegetarian for so long, just eating a nice peri peri chicken was really good. Okay, yeah, zero carbs. Actually, when I did what's the other diet? I did a ketogenic diet last year, um, where you can't eat carbs at all. I mean, your carb intake is so low, it's ridiculous. And pork scratchings were the best thing ever because I could eat as much of that as I wanted, and it had no carbs in it, so it was my go-to snack. Whereas before, I would go and grab a bag of crisps or, a little brownie or something like that. I was just going to bags of pork scratchings. I mean, absolutely loaded with fat, but really, really good. And I lost quite a lot of weight on that diet as well. It was a good diet. It was just very difficult to stick to. Very, very difficult to stick to. Yeah, loaded with fat and salt. Absolutely loaded with it. But the thing is with the ketogenic diet is because you don't have carbs, your body burns fat instead. So you actually have to eat a lot more fat and a lot more salt than you would normally eat. So even though you're eating higher levels of it, your body's actually dealing with it. So but it's really hard to keep up with that kind of diet because I do, yeah, like Fistmasters. I like my bread and I like my pasta, so to not be, I've got to probably introduce pork back into my diet somehow because I really do like a carbonara. So but I figured out how to do a pasta bolognese without beef or lamb, which is pretty good. Just lentils and mushrooms, and it tastes as good as a normal bolognese. So yeah, I get sleepy if I eat pasta. Mind you, I get sleepy anyway at the moment. Okay, right. So what were we going to fix? I forgot what we were going to fix now. Oh yes. So on the main, when the game starts. Okay, so we've got this problem with the screen scroll, so I need to reset that. So that's D016, I think. Yep, D016. So I need to set 40 columns and no raster scroll whatsoever. So Fire, I think, was the one that set this up. Yes, this is setting the initial values up here, so I need to load D016, need to keep whatever's in the top 4 bits, and then I just need to set that bit there just to turn 40 column mode on. I also need to set the multicolor to black in D023. That should be enough to fix those two issues. Yeah, I had a Saturn. I had a Saturn not long ago, but when I split up with my wife 6 or 7 years ago, and I left all my consoles there because I was moving to somewhere new. I couldn't really take them with me, so I left my Saturn there. I had my favourite game on the Saturn, hands down, Sega Rally. There is just not a better kind of arcade game, racing game from that era than Sega Rally. It's just so good, and the Saturn version is spot on. That, and there was some dragon game as well. I can't remember what the dragon game was. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I can't remember what it was at all. Okay, let's see. Is that fixed our... Okay, so, yep, it looks like it's fixed. Everything seems to be fine. Let's just make sure. Yep, all the colours look right. It was just the door looked a bit wrong, so let's just check that that's right when the door appears. Which is correct. Perfect. Neo Geo is one I would like to get, actually. I really like those kind of slightly obscure Japanese consoles, and the Neo Geo is definitely up there. That's why I got the PC Engine there. God, it's really small on the camera. It is really tiny, so... my beautiful PC Engine, which I love. So I would like to maybe get the get that at some point. Yeah, the bonus text is right. It's because originally we just had the word bonus in the character set, but now it's actually a proper alphabet, so we need to copy that across. But this actually needs to be the full transition, so let's see if we can get that started now. I mean, even if we don't get it in completely, it'd be good to... Ooh, pardon me. It'd be good to actually see that in place. Okay, so this is how we do the transition. So let's just copy that. And let's find where the bonus screen is. I think it's going to be down here somewhere. Jump to bonus screen. Okay. Check if transition... Oh, okay. This isn't going to be exactly right because we do have that strange transition going on. However, let me think about this. Okay, so this is the bonus screen here. Bonus screen update, but there is a bonus screen in it that's going to happen. So we probably need to look at how that's being triggered. Okay, this is bonus start. Here we go. Date HUD transition. So if we look in bonus start, which is this one. So this is currently what's doing our bonus. Bars. So I'm just gonna put this in here for now. Oops. Don't need that. Transition in. Title screen initialized. Don't need. Update. Ready. Okay, so this would be our update. Don't need that as well. So this would be destroy bonus. And then a transition out. Now, the transition in is part of the start. And then this stuff happens. And then there's the bonus update, which is in here. I actually probably don't need that anymore. So this would be an update bonus, which is this here. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm not entirely sure this is going to work, and I've had enough wine for it to be a problem for me to figure out. So, good night, Microman. I missed that. Have you played Don't Break the Balls yet for the C64? No, I haven't actually. Don't Break the Balls. I think I might have seen the video for that. I've not played it yet, no. To be honest, I've not really played much on anything at the moment. Yeah, I changed it to grey to kind of... The thing with it, when it's black, it looked a bit... It stood out too much. So it's... this is a way of kind of fading it back a little bit, so... Anyway, Twinkle Star Sprites is on Saturn 2. Yeah. Yeah, I need to get a Neo Geo. I would like to play some of that. I really like some of the shooters on Neo Geo. And the PC Engine, for that matter. The PC Engine is freaking amazing for shooters. Right, I have no idea what's going to happen here now, so let's have a look. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I think the first thing we need to do is clear the screen at that point. But the problem is, I think what we need to do next is get the actual transition that we did. So we need to get this thing in place. Was it this one? I think it was this one, wasn't it? Yeah, this one. So we need to get this bit working in the game, which I'm hoping we can just copy this file over pretty much. It might need some adjustment to make it work with the current kind of screen locations that we've got. But I kind of want that to be working. Because that will lead into... So if you imagine completing the screen, instead of that pixelization, this would come across, bonus stuff would drop down, all the bonus stuff would happen, then when the bonus is complete, that would go off new level. Same with the intro as well, come across, intro, press fire, this would come off, revealing level 1. And I think it's pretty much there. It has got a few glitches in it. You can see a couple of glitches in it, and these dots are just because of the emulator. It's a Vice thing there. But yeah, there's a few, you can see a few glitches, especially on this side. See the lines, these lines that appear? So this is what I want to get in next. I think I can fix them, yeah. It's just a matter of it's very, very precise timing to get these right. But I think it will look really good. You imagine this coming across, then the intro appearing, and then the level behind. So you won't see any, like at the moment you see the glitches when you go from here. When you go into the game, you see a glitch, and that's because it's just immediately jumping into. But what will happen is that kind of bar transition will happen before this, and it will happen after this. And when it happens after this, this will already be behind it, because that bars are all sprites. So all we have to do is make sure that the player's not drawn, and we can have those reveal the level, so it should look kind of nice, I think. And we've got just enough room to fit that in, I think. Looking at the memory map, yeah, see, we've added a little bit with this. We've added about 500 bytes with the scroller, maybe a little bit, maybe 600. But we've still got plenty of room. We've still got 4K between here for behaviors. We've still got this area here, which I'm going to use for the splash screen, and we've still got stuff below basic. Below basic RAM, which I'm going to use for copying this block of enemy sprites, or at least some of this block of enemy sprites, so I can use this for the transition, and then the transition code itself can probably fit in around here somewhere, so yeah, should be alright, I think. Could you try white on that top wiggly line instead of grey, or light grey, white, or light? Okay, let's try that. Where is it? It's this one. And it is this colour here. So let's try white first. I think white might be a bit bright. I think it might need to be a light grey. Yeah, white's way too bright. Okay. Yeah, light grey is too contrasting as well. It actually doesn't mix with the yellow at all. It looks really bad. Let's try the same grey as the bottom though. Maybe that medium grey, same as the bottom text, would probably suit it quite well actually. So let's see. Nah, I still think the original. I just think the other one. Nah, blue will look terrible because I mean I'll try it, but it will look terrible because of the red. It's gonna really kind of look bad against the red. Red and blue is a horrible combination. Actually, it doesn't look as bad as I thought it was going to look, but I still think I prefer the grey. So what about pink? Pink might look alright. I was honestly expecting that to look awful. Blue and red is such a bad combination of colours. Pink kind of blends a little bit too much. I really like that dither at the bottom. I think that's really cool. That's so much better than fading it in. What else might look good there? So purple. Oh, cyan might look good. Because cyan is, I mean, it is a blue, but it might stand out a little bit more, not look quite as bad. Oh no, God, that looks awful. Fair enough, that does look terrible. Let's try purple. I like the purple because it highlights the little gaps quite nicely. Now, I think the pink fades in a bit too much, but I kind of like the purple. You didn't like the grey? Well, it's just a trim. It's not supposed to. It's not supposed to stand out to you. But I do like that. That looks kind of nice. I think it works because if you look at this area over here, so I'm pointing at the screen like you can see it. If you look at this area over here, the colours kind of blend together really nicely. So the orange, the purple, and the red blend together really nicely. The yellow is really contrasting. But I think I really want a yellow background. I'm gonna try that text in purple as well. Let's try that. Where's the colour for the thing? There it is. Ah, I kind of like that. It contrasts well. It doesn't look too pixelated. I mean, it does at the top because of the multicolour mode. But the high-res stuff looks nice. And actually, it makes the dither stand out a bit more as well, which is nice. Yeah, it is, yeah. So, I don't know if anybody's up for this, but we need to design a logo in this space here. I was hoping it would be Andy and Mandy in Candyland, but that might be a bit much to fit in there. However, it doesn't mean that you can't just have Andy and Mandy and in Candyland be written in text underneath. That can be done. That's fine. Thank you for the follow, Uncle Sami. That will be, well, it'll be about as big as this text down here, so it's going to be that in the middle. 5 sprites wide, so actually, I mean, technically, oh no, because we don't have room for more sprites. We've only got 5 sprites worth of space left. Oh. I mean, Andy and Mandy in Candyland. There must be a way to. Well, even if you just did Andy and Mandy, right? Or just did in Candyland underneath. Yeah, just put it in with the text for now to see. Problem is the text is going to be too big, so it needs to be kind of stylized. I mean, it could even be double widths and double height sprites. It really doesn't matter too much like that. I mean, this is 120 by 21. It should be possible to make a decent logo in that. So if you take the word Andy and Mandy, so that's 9 characters. If you add 1 space into that and say half a space, so the space between Andy and Mandy is half of a character wide, that makes it 10 across. That means it's 12 characters per letter. Now, if you make the A and the M in Andy and Mandy bigger, yeah, again, pick and mix, I think is... I think the in Candyland could be just text underneath, but I really like pick and mix as well. Probably spelt the way Steps is saying it. Pick and mix, yeah. Because it kind of makes sense. And it's a phrase that enough people will know to know that it's candy related and it's sweet related. Yeah, just normal characters, yeah. But that might look a bit shit, so pick and mix though. It has to be spelled, yeah, 3 characters as well. Oh, thank you for the follow, Ken FM. Welcome to the stream, dude. It's not creepy like 10p mixer or get in the van. And that would very easily fit into here. Very easily fit into that. And if you made it double height as well, so if you made it quite a squashed version of it and then made it double height, that would mean the pixels would be exactly 2 by 2 instead of 2 by 1. Oh, multicolor. So you can use any. So you can have a shared multicolor. Basically, whatever two values you want for these, it doesn't matter because we're not using multicolor values anywhere on here for the sprites, and we can change them at this point anyway if we need to use them in the middle, and any sprite colors. So. Yeah, but you're picky what color. Yeah, over the red. Well, I mean that's the thing. So you to do this, you need to set the background to red, and then draw and see what it looks like. But I mean, I do know that the red looks very different on here to what it does on here. See, have we got more sprites? Well, how many sprites have we actually got? Let's have a look. Maybe because if we've got more sprites, then it's a bit easier. Because we're only using 2 sprites, right? Here, and actually we can stop using them around this point because we do have, you know, we don't necessarily need to make these run all the way. At the moment, they're running all the way up behind here. But we could have them stop here, in which case we could use 8 sprites if we've got enough room. And if we really wanted to, we could use 2 rows of 8 sprites instead. But I don't think we've got that many, so let's have a look. So we're using dynamic sprite absorb frames. Okay, so no, so those 2 sprites need to be kept, well, those few sprites need to be kept free. But we do have 3 extra sprites, so we could actually, we can extend this. So I'm going to extend this by 3. So we do have 8 sprites, so we could use 8 sprites. So that could be laid out however we want to lay it out. So that could be 4 sprites and then 4 sprites, or it could be 4 sprites with a high-res overlay. Fireworks effect, but do it with sweets. Yeah. It's not going to be easy with the lack of sprites, so... Andy and Mandy in the landy of Randy Candy. Yeah, it'd have to be soft sprites, I think. And I mean, we've got the routine set up for that, but I don't think we have space for it. I'm trying to keep this all in one load. I mean, originally this was supposed to be 16K, so... I do think there's a lot of room for optimization. I think I can crush a lot of this code down a little bit more, so... Alright, I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to save this out. So if anybody does fancy taking that challenge on, there are 8 sprites that you can play with. So bear in mind that the space at the top of the screen... Where's my... The space at the top of the screen is about 5 rows, so it's about 40 characters high. So you could just about fit 2 rows of sprites in there if you wanted to, but you've only got 8 sprites to play with. My recommendation would be to make a logo that's 8 sprites wide but double height. And actually you could pick and mix as separate characters in the sprites, and you could have them back. So I mean, yeah, I don't really know how it's going to look, but let's go with pick and mix. I think that's the simplest. It gives us the most room to play with, and that could either be Comic Sans font. Well, yeah, I mean, kind of like that, yeah, but maybe not Comic Sans, but something like that. So I kind of like the idea of... oh shit, I've not got my tablet set up. I kind of like the idea. Let me open up Paint. terrible, but I kind of like the idea of big kind of big letters here and then like smaller letters here. Oh my god, it's really hard drawing without a tablet. Do you know what I mean? Just like, I mean, I don't know how you would do it, but I'm not an artist, as you can clearly see from that. It's really hard drawing. I have got a tablet down here. I've got my little pen tablet, but I need to set it up. Yeah, so yeah, exactly, something like that. And if you did it like that, Fistmaster, I think you could probably fit it into 4 sprites. Bear in mind as well that you can either use 4 sprites and then 4 sprites underneath, or you can use 4 sprites expanded in multicolor and then 4 sprites expanded in high res for an overlay. So you could do, there's a kind of mix of what you can do here. So the Randy Sunday featuring Andy and Mandy in the land of candy and pick a mix at 6. What's your fit? All right, I think I'm going to take a quick break now. I'm going to go and have a smoke. I'm going to open the door a little bit because it's fucking warm in here. Yeah, pick and mix. Oh no, with an apostrophe on either side. So if you look at something like Guns N' Roses, it's an apostrophe on either side. Because the apostrophe is replacing the A and it's replacing the D as well. So it has to be an apostrophe on either side. So. Oh, really? Well, it's wrong. Or it could be pick and the and sign as well. Although, actually, let's have a look. It needs to be whatever we call it here, really. Right, I'm gonna have a look for images of pick and mix stands. What are they? So they use it's a mixture. In fact, some just say pick mix. Pick and I don't know, they do seem to use the and symbol, but then yeah, it's a mix. I mean, some use the pick N with the apostrophe on either side, some use and, so I guess try whichever one looks best, really. Yeah, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Oh, okay. Hey, I used to live near Great Yarmouth. I lived just down the road from that when I was younger. Yeah, it needs to be a small N, definitely. Yeah, the N, because it's basically the word pick and mix, right? And we're taking the C out from pick because it's just the name of the people, right? One is called pick, one is called mix. And the N is just because it's and with the apostrophe on either side to get rid of the A and the D. So it should be a small N. So it should be a capital P, capital M, then everything else should be small. That's making me want sweets, that picture. So I'm looking at that picture that Steps has sent, and the very last tub on the 3rd row and the very last tub on the 4th row is making me want all the sweets in that box. It's like the bubblegum, the fizzy bubblegum cola bottles, whatever they are, and the like blue jelly things. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm more of a fan of the like fizzy sweets than I am the chocolatey sweets. Don't mind a chocolatey sweet though. Chocolate raisins are nice, but I'll tell you what I do like, is it chocolate caramel, like chewy caramel, like really hard caramel but covered in chocolate. I forgot what they call them. Anyway, I think it's just called chocolate caramels or something, but yeah, they're nice. Really stick to your teeth and really make a mess. So I remember giving my kids that when they were growing up, and they just get chocolate everywhere when they were eating that stuff. So the sequel is fair when we got Andy and Andy and Candyland. Maybe Andy and Mandy can be the baddies. Maybe Andy and Mandy are the baddies somehow. Oh yeah, no shit about UFOs. Are there not? Oh wow, there's not. No, there's not, is there? Oh yeah, that's disappointing. Because that's like one of the best things you can put in the pick and bits because they don't weigh anything. Oh yeah, exactly. They don't make much, so they don't put them in. Yeah. Yeah, the jelly sweet. Yeah, heavy jelly sweets is what it is. Okay, cool. Right, I'm gonna take a quick break. When I come back, we'll do some Game Boy Advance games. So what I'll do is I'll pull the cartridges out a couple at a time, show them on the camera. If you're interested in any of them, I'll give them a shot, see how they go. I'm not promising I'm going to be any good at them, and I do have to play on what I thought was an original GameCube pad, but it's not. It's a freaking cheap copy. I mean, it's not that cheap. It's all right, but I don't know how that's going to work with a Game Boy game. It's going to be fun. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, good night, Fistmaster. Thanks for joining the stream. All right, bye, back, guys.